Welcome to race number 2 of the virtual BC Cup Criterium Day today on RGT as the riders visit the virtual Canary Wharf. We're looking at the real-life Canary Wharf from up above. Brad Soner here with Ryan Cousineau as we get ready for our second stop of racing here on the virtual BC Cup. Obviously going virtual this year, Ryan. But Criterium racing, we see a lot of good crit racing up in BC. This is, I would say, maybe even a staple of the local racing up there.
Well, yes, absolutely, Brad. Of course, we've got no less than 3 different local midweek criterium series in Vancouver and the greater Vancouver area. And of course, a staple of our annual racing season is Super Week, which is bookended by some great criteriums and has midweek criteriums all through the week, including the premier event, the Gastown Grand Prix. So
Yeah, some of the best
so
pro racing in North America up at Gastown. We're going to get to see some of those pros racing later today. We got pro women coming up at 10:30 this morning. Pro men will race at high noon Pacific time. But first, we've got amateur racing, one of the really cool parts of racing here in the virtual BC Cup, opening this up to amateurs of all categories. We're going to start with our open and category 4 women. They're going to be racing together today in our 8:30 time slot. So, Ryan, really welcoming for all riders. I know it's a big part of the races up in BC as well. But our amateur racing has been really exciting. At least stop number 1 put on some pretty impressive amateur performances.
yeah, absolutely. We had some really serious and aggressive racing in those fields, and I'm hoping we'll see that again. As you said, we're going to have a combined field today, so we've got a few women racing in a mostly Cat 4 men's field, but I'm sure they will acquit themselves well. I think we've got Silka coming back from last week. Let's see, Siska Lean, one of our women who should be able to keep up with quite a few of these men, and I see some interesting new names, including one from South Korea this week.
Nice. International representation. I know we had plenty of American, Canadian riders in there. I think a few Europeans checked in as well. And it seems like the field's growing a little bit this week, so that's good to see more riders participating in the BC Cup. If you're watching today and you have some interest in participating, all the information is at cyclingbc.net. Just click on events up in the top left corner, and then you'll see the virtual BC Cup presented by Cabotics. Again, categories for all riders. You can find your time slot. They also have a nice guide on the website for the different categories and how to figure out which category you should be racing in if you're new to the RGT platform. RGT is based on real-life courses, so this one based on a Canary Wharf-centered criterium course. It's only 1 kilometer long, four turns here, sort of like an oval, I guess, maybe even close to hot dog-shaped, as we would say down here in the U.S. I'm not sure if that term works internationally here, Ryan, but we'll say an elongated oval on this Canary Wharf course. I'm curious, how does this one compare to the Gastown course? I mean, I guess Gastown, the most legendary course. Gastown's a little more technical than this, yeah?
Yeah, I would say Gastown's a fair bit more technical, although it's a similar round the houses, relatively short circuit. Gastown is characterized, though, by a little more elevation change than we'll see at Canary Wharf. With only 5 meters of elevation on the course, Canary Wharf is basically a flat 1 kilometer circuit. I think that Gastown is both a hair longer, but it's characterized by 2 crucial turns. At the top of the course, not far from the start-finish, is a very tight climb-in hairpin turn, and the bottom turn of Gastown is the notorious turn around the Gassy Jack statue. And the problem with that one is it is tiled in some slick brick. And I remember a race about 10 years ago where the pro men were basically losing at least one rider a lap for the first 30 laps by just crashes on that corner.
Oh, good news. No crashing in RGT. They have not written that into the software yet, so riders won't have to worry about it. They do have to worry about technicals in virtual racing, believe it or not. We saw it on the first stop of the BC Cup, where riders either lose internet, lose power, the Wi-Fi drops out, the Bluetooth disconnects, whatever the issue is. There's so many connections going on in making this virtual racing happen. If a rider loses that contact basically with the game or with the internet, they register 0 power on their character, which means obviously they stop moving forward in the race. So got to deal with that. Got to make sure that everything's dialed in. You're close to the router. Nobody's watching Netflix or anything like that in the house or training center or wherever you are. So just like I guess real life, you got to be prepared for the style of racing that you're about to undertake.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. The Canary Wharf course that we're going to be racing on today, the real-life location, is actually quite interesting. It's located in the center of London on the Isle of Dogs, so it's surrounded on 3 sides by the shore of the Thames River. The area was once an active dock busy with the fruit trade to the Canary Islands, which are, of course, named after the dogs found there by the Spaniards, not the birds. So we have Dog Wharf on the Isle of Dogs. The tallest building you'll see on this course is One Canada Square, and like all great business projects, it bankrupted its developers.
Oh,
See this
Canada.
lovely footage. Yeah, did some research here today. So let's look over our list of Category 4 riders. I think we've got a few returning riders from last week. We already mentioned Siska Lean. We'll see the final start list in a few minutes. We've got a few Calgarians. I see Jimmy Archange is on the list again from the great city of Alexandria over there on the east side of the U.S. And as we said, hopefully we will get to say hi to Nuri An from South Korea. He's a triathlete and road cyclist joining us today. Oh, and there is Nuri. I can see him.
Yeah, this is our first look at front row here as we're just under 3 minutes away from start time here. So see some familiar names and some new names on the list. Nice to see. By the way, the ZMS Cam Rider is our camera bot that'll be following the race around out on course. So if you see them producing some impressive numbers or anything like that, don't worry. They're not going to be in the results, not part of the race. That's our friend Damon at ZMS Streams doing a great job with the live stream today and, well, for a ton of RGT races. So that will allow us to follow these riders around and keep an eye on what's going on here in our combined Category 4 and open race. Now, again, they're going to be on the same course. Last week, we had them in the same world, but on two different virtual courses. Basically, they wouldn't see each other on their games. But today, the Category 4 and open riders will all start on the same line. So they're all mixed together in this pack, and we'll let you know who is in each category as we follow them around, and probably see some breakup here. Ryan, last week we saw really groups of maybe 2 or 3, or maybe 4 were the biggest groups that we saw by the time they got to the line. So expect some breakup here eventually, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of 1s and 2s today. Even in the crit, the corners on RGT are really hard to hang on. It takes a while to really understand the physics of the game. And if you haven't raced on RGT a lot, that might be surprisingly tough on what is supposed to be a flat day today.
Yes, absolutely. So that'll be an interesting thing to see. There are no hills breaking up this course, though, so we're not going to watch anybody get dropped off the giant hill that we had last week when we were racing up the Paterberg. But nonetheless, as you say, the technical corners are still technical, even in the virtual race world. Got a few people to watch here. Got Ian Walker. We've got Siska S. Lean there for you. As I said, we've already got Jimmy Arkang. We'll decide on a pronunciation for poor Jimmy's name later. But Jimmy, if you're out there, email us or Cycling BC and let us know how to properly pronounce your last name, so we can give you the respect that you probably really deserve here. But I'm sure we'll see this race composition form up very quickly once the gun goes. As always, we're going to see that classic virtual racing rocket start.
Yeah, the important thing on, especially on RGT, is to make sure that you have the highest power possible when the race actually starts. And so that involves winding up your power to the start. You can see the riders that did and the riders that didn't. You want to be in the red zone right here. That's just sort of how racing on these virtual platforms has evolved, these explosive starts. So we'll keep an eye on that front group. Barnes doing a nice job trying to get up there. Here's Siska Lean, we were just talking about, staying in the red zone here. Great effort by Siska. And then On going to be the one setting tempo up at the front. Looks like things are starting to calm down now with this group of 4, Ryan. But wow, look how quickly that separation came.
Indeedly doodly. Yes, we've got this group of 4. So we've got Nuri An, our South Korean rider. Shane Alfreds, I believe that is. We already mentioned Jimmy Arkang. And the last rider, I think that'll be Ian Walker. Ian Walker is going to be the oldest one of this group. Let's see if age and experience counts for anything. He describes himself as just an old dude trying to stay in shape and have a little fun doing it. And he's one of a couple riders that we'll see today from the Lake City Cycling Club.
Aren't we all, Ian? We're all just old dudes trying to stay in shape at the end of the day.
Well, Ian's doing a better job than I am, that's for sure.
Well, virtual racing has certainly been one way to do it for a lot of people in the last year or so. We've seen the platforms explode in usership and competition available on the platforms as well. Starting to learn some names that maybe we had never seen before. We saw some breakout virtual stars that we're going to see racing in our pro races later today. Names like Jackie Godby, who came from the triathlon world but was unknown to us here in the bike racing world until she moved on to some virtual racing platforms on Zwift and RGT. And she'll be in our pro women's race later today. Won the pro women's race last week and back for more, but I think she's going to have some competition. I saw some new names on the list. We'll talk about that a little more as we get closer to the pro women's start time this afternoon. Say 10:30 Pacific start for them.
So it's interesting. We've got actually, believe it or not, in a group of 4 here that started out, we've got 2 teammates. The other Lake City rider, aside from the first one I mentioned, is Shane Alfred. So Shane and Ian are the 2 Lake City racers here. Shane is also 51, so these are also, I believe, the 2 oldest riders who are in this field. And Shane's actually a pretty experienced rider. He's raced at the Burnaby Velodrome Club, and he even was racing back in 1989 or 90. I was busy going to high school. So he says that according to his bio, Shane started racing on virtual platforms in January 2020. So he may have the best timing of anybody in this group for getting into virtual bike racing.
Yeah. Saw it coming. Now he's an expert, an early adopter, if you will.
Indeed. So it looks like we've dropped Nuri into no man's land here. He'll be desperately trying to get back to what is now a group of 3. He's still fairly far clear of Siska, but at some point, if he keeps losing time, I suspect that Siska may start hunting him down from behind, so watch for that dynamic. But he's already near enough 100 meters away from that group of 3, which is staying together. But Siska Lean is slugging it out. Bravo, Siska. You'll win your category if you can just make it to the finish.
You can see Siska's power changing a little bit, trying to sort of find that sweet spot, that zone that you want to stay in for as long as you can for a majority of the day. And then we were talking about the turns on RGT as well. You see how Walker up at the front here went green there into the turn and then red on the way out. You can't put any power into your RGT character or player basically while the riders are in the turn until you hit basically the apex of that turn. No matter how much power you're putting on the trainer, it'll register as 0 in the game, because just like in real life, you can't really pedal through turns per se. So the game, to make it a little more realistic, will eliminate that power when you're going through the turn. In fact, you'll see in the upper left corner when riders are going through, it'll give them a warning letting them know that they're wasting energy or wasting watts in this scenario. That's how we measure the energy that a rider's putting out in the game. And so until you learn those physics, it can be frustrating, because you're like, I'm doing 600 watts. How am I getting dropped from this group? But if you're doing 600 watts in a corner, it doesn't do you any good.
With these tight little corners, especially on our Canary Wharf course, I wonder if it's advantageous to the riders to just keep pedaling through, take the momentary loss of power, even though they're pushing, just to keep momentum so that they don't have to stop and start their entrance and exits from the wattage cottage.
That's a good question. I think the prevailing strategy has still been to coast and try and register 0. We'll watch this front group up on the right-hand side of our screen and see what they're doing. You can see the live power. The rider that we're watching is selected on the left-hand side of the screen. Their name has just a slightly darker bar highlighting it. So we're following Walker right now in the lead. That also shows the current scenario on the road, their positions, but you'll see that name Walker always stays a little bit darker because that's who we're following. So those stats in the upper left and upper right respond to the rider that we're following. So you can see doing about 215 watts right now for Walker. And we'll watch as he goes into the corner here and see if they're letting up or if they're maintaining the power. Watch here.
As we watch that, we see the group of three pass Siska, who's still slugging it out. She's got her own race to run. Don't think I saw much let up by these riders as they went through the corner there.
He dropped down to like just sub 200, so I think they are letting off a little bit. You saw the number turn red there. If you're watching the power number in the very upper left-hand corner of this window, that when that number turns red, that means that you're wasting watts. That means that the watts are not registering into the players. So just another thing to keep your eye out for. You also see, obviously, the cadence and their current heart rate. The watts per kilogram is just below that. And then right now you see a drafting indicator. It shows the draft and how much you're saving, the wattage that you're saving by maintaining that draft, and then what the rider needs to do to try and maximize that draft, basically. You see just a small gap that needs to be closed here to quote-unquote maximize drafting. So the riders will be keeping an eye on that. They're always kind of playing the game. That's one thing about racing on virtual platforms. You really have to pay attention to the game because drafting is so important in this one, and being able to respond to changes in wattage and changes in effort, it's super important to make sure that you're paying attention to the game at all times.
Yeah, and it looks like these riders are doing a fairly sophisticated job at this point. I was watching Walker's numbers through that last set of corners, and he only went red for about a second, so definitely they're moderating their power now. And I'm also impressed by these three riders working so closely together. I think they're just trying to keep each other in touch. But this is a pretty good race pace. I mean, they're moving along at 36 kilometers an hour for Cat 4 riders on a flat course. That's pretty much what you'd expect in real life if they were a small group going pretty well. So
yeah,
there are no passengers here at the moment. Whether by accident or on purpose, I think they've just basically worked poor Nuri on out of this race. So Nuri will be racing for fourth, and perhaps what we can watch now is the gap between Nuri and Siska at the back of the field to see whether they catch up to each other.
I feel for Nuri because there was definitely a fight there to try to stay in. The fact that it's only 300 meters back right now for Nuri up to that front group of four. And again, we're watching the number to the right of the rider's name shows the distance to the riders around them. So when we were following Nuri earlier, you could see it was right around 300, 400 meters back. This quickly into the race, coming up on 10 minutes, if you're just hanging in at 400 meters, that's a good ride to hang in there. I mean, that was a hard, long fight to try and hold on to that gap for Nuri.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did hold it for a little while. So you can see he's just past Siska. Actually, Siska and one of the other riders in this race are wearing some lovely jerseys. Those are the pink Cycling BC jerseys, and fortunately, nobody has video of me, but if they did, I could whip out my own copy. This is very close to an actual jersey that you can buy from Cycling BC. And you can
very
see
cool.
That, Mr. Walker, Ian Walker has also got that same virtual jersey in the game. So if you're looking at the dynamics in this group, in this front group of three, it's sort of like watching the World Championships, where you see everybody in their own jerseys for their own country, but you might know that there's secret teams consisting of trade teams who may or may not work pretty well together as well. So in this case, we've got Shane Alfreds and Ian Walker, who are wearing different jerseys, but normally race for the same Lake City Cycling team. So let's see if they have any interest in taking on Jimmy Arkang from Alexandria, Virginia, and working him over as a team, or if they've got the team savvy to do so down here in Cat 4.
Jimmy Arkang rocking the USA Crits jersey I see up there. USA Crits, one of our Criterium series down here in the U.S. They've also been hosting some virtual races on RGT, and they also got their jersey into the game for anyone to be able to choose. Any club or team can get their jersey uploaded. There is a nominal fee with just getting the designing and coding done, so everyone can get it in there. But you see the custom USA Crits. There's the Cycling BC jersey. And then I'm not sure if this is, I think this is just an RGT jersey on Alfred's, one of the stock kits, I guess, if you will. Yeah, I think so. It herds so good. Oh, maybe not. Damon, great job with the camera work. Oh, the herd. This must be another virtual team. I don't know about the herd.
We'll have to follow up with Shane and see if he can give us some information after the race. I see Shane's also tastefully chosen to have his avatar have no helmet. That's, of course, perfectly safe in online racing. Although, maybe you know the answer to this one, Damon. Do you get it? Sorry, not Damon. Brad. Do they get an aerodynamic advantage from the helmets if you choose to equip your character with one?
I'm going to guess no, but I'm not positive on that, so don't quote me. But I would think no. I'm not positive.
Good to know. Meanwhile, our three riders are ticking away, and Siska is racing her own race at this point. She may appear pretty soon. I think she may be. Yeah. But we're now at about the 8-kilometer mark, so we've done a couple of laps of this course, and they've got 23 kilometers to go, ticking down, and of course that's pretty much tracking with the number of laps they're going to do. So we'll see about 22 laps to go the next time they come around the board.
Just reading a little bit about the herd, the green kit that we saw on Alfred's there earlier. The herd is a welcoming, inclusive, and supportive place for people within the virtual cycling universe. Virtual cycling is wonderful and can be challenging, especially in the beginning. We're here to help you. So the herd is a place to try new things like racing without the risk of just being destroyed, and experiencing events such as tours, knowing you'll be supported by the collective. That's from their website, theherd.club. Looks like they got a nice little esports club going on here over at the herd. Very cool. Trying to get more people on the bike, whether it's real life or virtual. They're right. It can be intimidating. There's a lot of setup. The racing is sometimes drastically different, and it's no fun when you just go and get dropped. Just like real life racing, if you've ever had that experience, it's no fun. It's more fun when you can stay with the group, when you can kind of get the pointers and make sure that you're in the right race. You're surrounded by a supportive group of riders. So sounds like that's what the herd is all about. Cool to see their kit represented here today.
Sounds like a great bunch of folks. Maybe they'll move from being a herd to a downright wolf pack. We'll see how well Shane represents that gang of cattle in this particular event. But meanwhile, these riders are just ticking off the laps. They're rounding it around. We've got 9 kilometers into this 30-kilometer race. So they have just over 20K left. And I can see that our group of 3 is still riding pretty tightly. They've made a pretty deliberate effort to just sort of stay within themselves, I think, and none of them, as I say, is riding easy, but they aren't trying breakaways either. Oh, and as soon as
Jimmy
I say
Kang's
that,
coming for you.
Maybe he heard the rumors about those being teammates that he's racing and decided he'd better do something about it sooner or later. And we can see them passing by Siska for another lapping there, but she's continuing to ride a solid and steady pace. She's nothing to be ashamed of in her efforts here today. And as quickly as Jimmy got off the front, he has been brought back by the 2 Lake City teammates.
Look at the difference in power that the 3 are riding. You can see the color bar below their names floating above their head. There's a sliding scale based on the rider's FTP, their functional threshold power, and it's basically from blue, which is the easiest zone, into red, which is the hardest zone. And so you can imagine that color scale from green to yellow to orange up to red. And you see the changing colors all the time. Like Jimmy R. Kang there was up at the front, and he went into the orange zone and then kind of drifted back into the blue, and now orange to bring him back up to the front. So it kind of gives you a good idea of how hard the riders are working based on their power numbers. And again, that scale is unique to the rider based on their weight, the maximum power that they can produce. There's a whole test to figure out what your FTP is that people smarter than me will conduct and understand what the numbers mean. But the point is, it measures your effort basically individually. And so we'll be keeping an eye on those power bars throughout the day. You can also see that on the left side of the screen to the very left of their name, you'll see a tiny little bar of color, and that shows the current power zone that the riders are in.
Right, and you can see the fluctuation as each of these riders takes a turn off the front, although just as we say that, our Kang is trying another attack. And now Walker has gone momentarily into the red to get back to him. So there's it looking like here as we get about 1/3 of the way into the race, we might be seeing a few more of these attacks, because I think that our Kang's already tried this a couple times, and I have the feeling that maybe he wants this to be a solo effort sooner rather than later. The other interesting thing about this particular course is that with no elevation changes, we're getting, and our fans at home can also see the watts per kilogram numbers on each of these riders. And while that's not irrelevant, this is going to be a course that is much more about the raw wattage. There's no climb to disrupt the Clydesdale riders who may or may not be in this field. So the real number that ends up mattering on an almost dead flat course is your effective total wattage. We will see how that dynamic plays out. We're following along with Jimmy, and you can see his power is peaking at around 300 watts, but he's maintaining a pretty steady 200 watts even at the front of the field here. And that calculates out to about 3 watts per kilogram, so if it was a little quicker at math, I could grab those two numbers and tell you what Jimmy's claimed racing weight was here today. We'll talk a little bit more when we get to the pros about how weight is measured, but suffice it to say, especially for the pros, there is an elaborate weigh-in process, which makes it nigh unto impossible to cheat your stated weight in the game.
Yeah, they'll be checking the riders' power and weight. They have to submit proof of the weight, and there's a couple ways that they verify the power numbers in here to make sure nobody's hacking or changing the numbers or messing with the computer or whatever the kids are doing these days, trying to up their numbers on these virtual platforms. So I think the integrity of the racing, people feel pretty good about where things are at this point. There was definitely a period in virtual racing where everyone was like, I don't trust any of these numbers. You know, it's pretty tough to trust the people in these, the people around you in these games when there were virtually no checks early on in terms of the rider weight. But we're starting to see that sort of normalize a little bit and getting a little more trustworthy, I think, of some of the other riders for the participants in these esports races. Watching on the left side of the screen here was in the red zone for a little bit there. Sorry to bring us back to him, but Solo here still not giving up. I love this effort.
Yeah, and he's down within 800 meters of the other riders, so I'm starting to watch that. I'm not sure if he's drawing them back, but he hasn't been lapped yet. So solo effort, he's doing way more work because he doesn't get to draft anybody, but he is losing time very slowly. You know, he's lost about 1 kilometer in 12 kilometers of racing, so he's still on track to get lapped here, but he's working himself to make that catch come as far into this race as possible. So if nothing else, Nuri is getting a really good workout today, and I certainly hope that he'll keep it up and come back for future races here. Yeah. We'll tell you that Nuri is actually, he's got a passion for and road cycling, so he's yet another one of these riders who is crossing over into crit racing or road racing in the virtual world, where it may be a little bit less intimidating, where the natural gifts of a good triathlete will come to the fore without any of that pesky crashing going on. You know, I tease our triathlete friends, but go ahead.
I was going to say maybe a lower barrier to entry as well, as opposed to having to train, travel, manage, organize participating in something like a triathlon. Trying to target some virtual racing is a little more manageable.
Oh, absolutely. And I know that triathletes, just like roadies, have had their seasons badly disrupted over the last year and a half for the obvious plague-based reasons. And, ITs, but of course, there are actually some triathletes, even locally, who are fantastic bike handlers as well as elite performers. I don't think he's racing today, but there's a guy named Nathan Killiam who has the wild crossover of being both an elite level triathlete and also a very high level cyclocross racer. So, as you can imagine, jokes about his bike handling skills are completely lost on poor Nathan.
Right.
But now we're back
Not
with
a ton of bike
Siskaleen.
handling in virtual racing, luckily. Or maybe
Not
unluckily,
much.
depending on your riding style.
That's right. So all these riders look pretty good at bike handling here in the virtual Canary Wharf. Siskaleen is still tapping out her rhythm on the pedals. She's putting out a solid 100 watts. She's riding her own race. She will win the open women's category today, but I'm sure she would love to have a few of her competitors show up. But she'll take the W. And trust me, Siska, as a person who's done it more than once, there's no shame in a default victory.
Yeah, it's never fun riding in by yourself. I mean, it's definitely a lot more fun to be able to ride in a group in the race here. But Siska going to get a good workout here in today, and good to see that she's sticking to it. A lot of riders will get frustrated when they get dropped out riding by themselves if they can't catch a rider that they're trying to chase. The kids call it rage quitting in the games, but Siska hanging in there today. So nice to see that she can get the workout in and maintain an impressive effort out here today. Keeping her FTP right where it needs to be in the blue zone is like the perfect spot to be riding, let's say, a 40-minute criterium effort.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things about doing virtual racing is you really get the data right in front of you to ride whatever pace you want. You literally can be head down the whole time for the simple reason that you aren't riding in traffic, you aren't even having to steer for yourself. Although I suspect that steering is something that a lot of the virtual platforms, including RGT, will be adding in the near future as we watch our group of three coincidentally lap both Nuri and Siska at the same time. So I think that's Siska caught for down 2 and Nuri caught for down 1. But
so this is a new chance for Nuri to try and catch on here. I would expect to see. I guess not. I thought Nuri would be able to hang with them for maybe a lap or two.
I'm not sure if he was tastefully deciding not to take advantage of that group. I'm certain there'd be no penalty for doing so, but he's kind of riding his own race at his own pace, putting out his 2 watts per kilogram or so. Meanwhile, our group of 3 at the front, you can see they are actually going pretty hammer and tongs as we get very close to the halfway mark in this race. All 3 are putting out very steady wattage. You can see it flickering into the 3 watts per kilogram as they take their turns on the front. You can see Alfred's going for a little spin out there. Let's see if he puts in any power to speak of. And our Kang is continuing to think about ways that he can work these 2 teammates to his best advantage. Now we have Walker in that sweet, sweet, tasteful pink Cycling BC jersey taking his turn. As we see them exit out another corner.
Yeah, I wonder if they're talking. I mean, I wonder if there's private communication, I should say, between the 2 teammates. There is an in-game chat function, but everyone can read it. Obviously, nothing is stopping you from sending a text message or a Discord or Zoom, however these riders want to communicate between teammates. Maybe try and set something up. Are Kang getting attacked here?
Yes, indeed. It's a bit curious. I'm wondering if he just... Well, I didn't see any power drop out, so maybe he was just sitting up for a real bottle of water. But he's right back on. They're all maintaining contact. Oh, interesting. We're watching Walker's numbers as he went through that corner. He's clearly pedaling through, and he stayed red for a pretty long time in that first corner. But nonetheless, all three riders do certainly seem to be fairly comfortable with this pace. They've been maintaining it now for near enough 25 minutes, and they've got just about that much time to go. So this race is looking like probably a 50-minute, give or take, finish time, depending on how tactical or attacking these three riders get in the second half. See Walker taking his turn back. Alfreds is on the head of the race, and Arkang is content to sit in for the moment. And if you watched Arkang's power numbers through that last corner, as he was the rider we were following, he's very canny about how he races these. He's not going red, and therefore he's easing off the power and the pedaling through those corners enough that he's not doing any wasted work as he follows wheels here. It's a lovely circuit, this Canary Wharf, as we're watching it by night. The streets are closed for our excited riders. You can see there's plenty of good safety barriers, so they have no worries about a virtual crash. Of course, they also have no worries about a virtual crash because there's no virtual crashing. Only computer crashes. Alfred's at the front of this race. His teammate Walker hanging out the back. Arkang,
they do seem like they're rotating, don't they? I mean, it seems like they're taking turns at the front.
Absolutely. Like I say, this looks like very no you racing. We saw those few early attacks by Arkang. He hasn't tried anything in a lap or two. The pace is not dropping. I mean, they're still maintaining here on this slight descent, 44 kilometers an hour. We'll see where they land on the flatter parts of the course, but as I said, that's indicative of a solid pace for these three Cat 4 riders. And I think that what we're seeing is it's hard to say how this works. A killer pace for the two teammates. I think that, the classic 2-on-1 racing tactic is effectively that you send your riders up the road one at a time, so that the odd man out is the one who has to chase every break until he's tired out. Maybe Alfreds is taking that advice because away he goes.
Yep.
He gets all of a bike length before he's drawn back by Arkang. We saw Arkang do pretty well in the first race of the season. Not sure if I know where to grab those results at a moment's notice, but bet if I keep talking, either you or Damon can find us the results from last week, because I know that Arkang was there, and I think he did pretty well.
I will start working on that.
Okay, I'll talk about some bike racing. So Arkang again, he's taking another turn through this corner. We got 13 kilometers to go in this 30-kilometer bike race. Again, it's 30 laps, so we got 13 laps left. These three riders have just been rolling through. Watching them, they're going to come up pretty quickly on Siska Lean again for another lapping. And Nurion is still in no man's land. He's down at about 1.4 kilometers down and only very slowly losing time. So if Nuri has something to race for, it's that if he times things right, he might not get lapped one more time. It's not the most awesome thing to be racing for, in your Cat 4 event, but nonetheless, I've had more than one race where don't get lapped was absolutely the goal by the end of the race.
I was going to say, have something to race for. Having a goal, whether it's the next town line sprint, trying to finish in the main group, trying to win, whatever your goal is, just having that target can be a big help sometimes. So, not getting lapped, that counts as a target. I like it.
Oh, absolutely. And when I got into virtual racing, one of the things I found is, of course, trainer racing is notoriously one of the dullest things or trainer riding is one of the dullest things that any bike racer can do. But it turns out that, at least for me, having even the smallest sense of there being somebody else there on the road that you're either riding with or trying to catch or trying to drop or trying to hang on to was enough to really change the dynamics of riding on the trainer. And it made it that go from where 20 minutes on the trainer was a slog to the place where even an hour ride is pretty achievable when you're highly goal oriented or actually doing a race, or even, as I've done a couple times, just training with a friend. In fact, shout out to my friend Tobin Henderson. He had a bad beat last week. He managed to hurt himself pretty badly on a mountain bike, but nothing permanent, but it's going to keep him off the real bicycle for a little while now. And so later this week I'm going to go out and do some virtual riding with Tobin so that he can keep his sanity while he can't get out on the roads. But as for the riders in this race, we can see that Walker, Arkang, and Alfreds are continuing to swap the lead, continuing to virtually look over their shoulders as they try to figure out, each of them, how they can make this finish come to their advantage. And Arkang is, of course, continuing to wonder about how he's going to deal with Alfreds and Walker if they indeed work as a team. And the trio of them, as they continue to trap out the miles, is going to see Siska Lean there up in the distance. Siska is in this race. She is a couple laps down now, but she is continuing to tap out a steady power. And she will be happy as the top open women in today's race. Hopefully they gave her a little wave as they went by. Arkang is out on front, and maybe he's trying a little attack now. Walker is trying to follow that wheel, as he has to do now, because he knows that he can't allow either of these teammates to get away. But Walker handily gets back on that wheel, and Alfreds is maybe starting to show some pain because he's catching up to this pair, but he was hanging about 5 meters back for a surprisingly long time. And as someone who's spent a lot of his racing career hanging 5 meters off of a group, I can tell you that's usually the first sign of trouble.
I wonder if Jimmy Arkang noticed it and was maybe trying to seize on the opportunity, try and split things up a little bit out there, maybe thinking he had a chance to take it down to just one teammate, get rid of Walker.
Could be. Certainly could be. I think that some of these riders do indeed listen to our commentary. Oh, maybe Alfreds was feeling a little bit bad about all of this. He's decided to go for another flyer, but he's very quickly closed on by his teammate and Arkang. So Arkang will take the lead as we go through this next set of corners. Walker and Alfred still holding on. Nurion is out there in no man's land. He's about 1.6 kilometers back of the lead field. So he's continuing to manage his time loss. Come on, Nuri, you've only got 12 kilometers to go before you get to the finish line. So you just have to lose less than 500 meters in 12 kilometers. But I don't think your competitors are going to make it easy, because Alfreds, Arkang, and Walker are all keeping up a pretty steady pace at the front. They're moving at just over 30 kilometers an hour along this flat section. And again, it's Arkang and Walker. And again, I'm seeing that tiny gap suddenly develop as Alfreds rubber bands off the back, then shoots straight through the corner to the front of the field again. He gets less than a bike length away before Walker gets back on that wheel. Arkang is right there. So these three riders continue to swap the lead. But these little attacks will be taking their toll. I mean, you can see them. They're going above 2.5. They're going to 3 watts per kilogram. In this category, that's a lot of wattage. That's not quite redlining, but that's enough that that's not a sustainable amount of power for them to be putting out for an entire 10 kilometers. As we pass through the 2/3 mark on this race. And once again, it's Arkang rolling through to the lead. Ian Walker follows him, and Shane Alfreds holding the wheel. But I see Alfreds again, he's rubber banding out to the 5 meter mark. So I don't know if he's getting tired and then doing a tiny sprint to get back on, or if he's in no difficulty, but just not metering his efforts quite as sagely as the other two riders. But when you see those little 5 meter gaps, it means that he's just not smoothing his power and getting right on that wheel perfectly. And you'll notice that, for example, I haven't seen Arkang doing any of that, and I don't think we're seeing it from Ian Walker either.
Yeah.
So
I think our Kang has been the most aggressive out of this group, I would say. It just seems to be sort of when the other two are willing to just sit in, our Kang will put some pressure on every once in a while. Alfreds and Walker really haven't been sort of wolf packing him per se, kind of trying to distract him or take him off the back or just continuously launch attacks on our Kang, anything like that.
yeah, and it doesn't require much coordination. Really what needs to happen here is whichever one of them is at the front needs to jump, and whichever one of them is in the field at that point needs to sit on our Kang's wheel. But here we see our Kang doing a little bit of a pull. He's getting up to 3 watts per kilo. Pretty sure that indicates that he's just putting in enough effort to see if these guys will follow. But now we can see Alfred's making a little attack. Maybe you heard some commentary there. He gets all of a meter away, but you can see at least he's forcing Alfred's into the red zone there to catch that back on. But again, Walker is he's getting to be the odd man out. Let's see if he can come back and do an attack. So classic coordinated attack here. Alfred's went for one. We'd hope that Walker will do the next attack and that Alfred's will follow our Kang's wheel, but I think the corners are just arranging them slightly.
Last week it was our Kang and Walker on the front together in a admittedly different, much different course, the road race course. But our Kang and Walker dropped Alfred's at, let's see, about 30 minutes in. Alfred's was out of the picture at a kilometer back. So our Kang and Walker were the two strongest on week 1. And looks like Alfred's hanging in there this week.
Yeah, it's a fascinating dynamic. So we've got our good riders still at the front and still working each other over. So they're surely enjoying this revenge battle from last week. We can see our Kang again. He'll take the lead here. Let's see if he tries a little attack. It'll be hard to say. He knows that he didn't drop Walker, or rather, did you say he finished with Walker or Alfred's at the last race?
Walker. Alfred's got dropped,
right.
I think.
Okay, so we've got Walker and our Kang as our lead 2 riders, although it's Walker that I thought was showing a little more difficulty in holding on to these attacks, but he's showing no difficulty now. We've got Alfred's taking another turn at the front, then fading back. It looks like they're going to put our Kang on the front. So Jimmy Arcang takes another turn, goes through this corner, nice and smooth. You can see him hovering around 200 watts. It looks like a pretty maintainable pace for Arcang and for these other riders.
Last week, Walker at a 35.50. Arcang was 25 seconds behind him at the finish. And then Alfred's in third at just under 5 minutes back on Walker and Arcang. Well, 5 minutes back on Walker. I guess that would be 4 minutes and 35 seconds back on Arcang. So Walker and Arcang really had a good day on week 1. Looks like Alfred's having a much better week on week 2.
Yeah, he's giving a little dig. Let's see if... and great, his teammate is leading the return. I'm sure they'll have words about that after this race, as Walker is counterattacking his own man there. Come on, boys, work against the American, not for him. Well, who hasn't had the glorious experience in low-category racing of being chased down by their teammate? Heaven knows I've probably been on both sides of that equation. But Alfred's little mini attack is brought back by, well, Walker. But you know what? Look at that. They've actually made a gap here. Arcang is in a lot of difficulty now. He's 50 meters back. And unless that was a technical difficulty or he looked away from his monitor for a moment, this may be the decisive moment of the race with 6.5 kilometers to go. If Alfreds and Walker are smart, they will make this move go and go hard, because this is their chance to turn it into a 2-up teammate-on-teammate sprint with a guaranteed first and second. And Arcang is literally watching the race ride away from him as we speak. That gap has risen up to 80 meters. and it shows no signs of stopping. I think this is the race right here as Alfreds and Walker, after all my teasing of them, it turns out they knew how teamwork worked better than I did. As the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work, and right now, Alfreds and Walker are dreaming of a beautiful all-team finish, reminiscent of Jellerow Steiner in their classic Monuments Challenge. Arkang 138 meters back and dropping fast. I'm not even sure. I mean, it doesn't look like his power numbers have gone down enough much, but once you fall out of that draft, it doesn't matter if you're making the same power. Whoa.
Yeah, you saw that fixed shot. He was almost out of the picture up to Alfreds and Walker. Great attack by those two. I mean, they put the hammer down on poor Jimmy Arkang here today.
Just absolutely decisive, and it looks like they've sort of targeted 3 watts per kilo for the two of them. That's what the lead rider is doing. Arkang is having to maintain that, but unlike those two riders, he doesn't get any rests. He's not getting any pulls, and the gap has just not stopped increasing. He's now 200 meters back. It's almost a quarter of the course. I see no chance that this break is going to be drawn back. I think Arkang is going to be I don't think he'll be content with third place, but that's what he's getting today. And Alfreds and Walker will be your two riders fighting it out. That was obviously a decisive move, and chapeau to those two. You know, we were watching a battle here between a 65-year-old, a 51-year-old, and a 41-year-old, and it is in fact age and guile that have won out the day, because it was the two Lake City cyclists here, Walker and Alfreds, who are the senior members of this peloton and who put the whippersnapper 41-year-old Arkang in the difficulty. And here we sit, 5 kilometers to go. Alfreds and Walker off the front. Now let's see if they feel confident enough to start attacking each other, because they've already got almost 300 meters. I mean, if they keep this up, they may even lap poor Jimmy. But there's another thing that Jimmy has to ride for now, is he's got 5 kilometers to go. Let's see if he can lose less than 600 meters in that 5K and avoid the lapping. But Alfreds and Walker are working really, really well together now. Just nose and tail, nose and tail. I think they've decided to expand this gap until it's completely hopeless. But it's okay, boys. You've already broken poor Jimmy's spirit, so now all you're doing is setting up a finish between the two of you with 4.4 to go to the finish line. We're stepping back here to watch Noria on as well. He's still tapping out the kilometers. And Siska Lean indeed is also riding her own race, both literally and metaphorically, but we're not going to pull her, so she just gets a beautiful tour of the lovely Canary Wharf here. All these lovingly rendered virtual buildings, which also exist in real life, and give us a little bit of color and flavor to this simple 1 kilometer round the houses circuit. Now we're back to watching Alfreds and Walker. So Alfred's taking his turn at the front. His riders are rolling at a virtual 30 kilometers an hour, which is a bit of a slacking of their previous pace in this race. So I know they were just rolling up the small climb on this course, but nonetheless, this looks like two riders who are kind of cruising, and even their gap to Jimmy Arkang is no longer really growing much. It's sort of 320 meters. It's kind of fluctuating up and down, but it's not going out to 330 meters, which is a more than safe gap. If they keep this pace up, there will be no coming back over the next 4 laps for Jimmy, but they'll keep an eye on that. I mean, if it starts dropping below 300 meters, we'll probably see them pick up the pace, but Walker and Alfreds are probably very reasonably thinking about how they're going to attack each other. These two riders are teammates, so they probably know each other pretty well. Look over at their bios. They're both pretty experienced riders. I mean, we saw them both in the race last week as well. They know what they're capable of. And indeed, they are just tapping out the meters as we go here.
It's going to be fun watching Alfreds and Walker, see how they sort this one out at the end of the day today, because when you have a 2-up sort of finish like this, there's a lot of ways that this one can play out, right? Do they sprint it out to the line? Does one rider try and jump early on the other? And the best part is these guys, teammates, know each other pretty well, probably know their strengths and weaknesses pretty well, know each other's riding style pretty well. So should make this last little two-up finish here in our Cat 4 men pretty interesting.
Yes, absolutely. One of the interesting dynamics of virtual racing is you can absolutely sprint, and this isn't like our Paterberg course from last week, in that there is no climbing finish. These guys will be in a flat-out, watts on watts race to the end. But it is a little bit tricky to get those sort of max-out sprint efforts. If you're like a lot of riders, unless your trainer is very well stabilized, eventually it'll start rocking a bit on you as you try to go over, say, 1,000 watts or something. So the cleanest kind of attacking is probably to try and, break the thread further out than a sprint finish, before the 1 kilometer mark. But right now, these two are sitting at 2.6 to go, so if either of them is going to try a Cancellara attack from the field, it pretty much has to go now, or else they're resorting to a sprint finish. And when this race comes down to a sprint finish, I think there'll be a bit of tactical you go, no you go. I know one of these riders at least has some velodrome experience, so maybe he'll think about a classic drill that we do on the velodrome called the rush-in. And the way the rush-in works is taught to me by the late, great Kaylin Acuna, is you sit just a couple meters off the rider that you're pacing into for the start of your attack. And the reason you're sitting a bit back is it allows you to rush into the best draft possible right on the back of their wheel as you zoom by them. So you're accelerating into the draft, you're accelerating as you go over the top of the rider, as we say in track cycling, but of course there's no top in crit racing. But as you go around the side of the rider, and you continue to keep that big speed delta as you pass them, so that it makes it as hard as possible for the other rider to accelerate up to and into your draft. It's the classic attacking move, but now we're seeing Ian Walker make a break for it. 1.9k to go, and away he goes. He's trying to break that thread from Alfred's. Alfred's had better get on it. Walker's in the red zone. This is a full-on attack. He's doing 300, 400 watts of power. Huge numbers for Cat 4s. Alfred's is giving it a big dig. Can he get back there? He's trying. The gap is about 10 meters. He's desperately trying to pull Walker back, but Walker's going for it. This is definitely Walker's move. Oh, no! Wow, Alfred's is putting on sprint power, and now I'm wondering Alfred's can hold this, because he's got 1.4k to go. That's going to seem like a lot longer distance than Alfred's expects, though. But he did go by Walker like he was standing still, so maybe he really does have this reserve power. Alfred's is showing over 600 watts. Yeah, and you can see he's stop pedaling now. Here. Yeah, this is going to be crazy because these two have both gone all out. Like, this is sprint speeds. 1 kilometer to go. That'll be the bell as they go through that arch where they'll finish in just one more lap. Oh my goodness, though. Look at that gap. Alfred's has put 140 meters on Walker. So he's done his all-out sprint. I don't think he's got another one of those in him, at least not for a few minutes. And this finish is going to come at them in just over a minute. Current pace on the road.
Can claw anything back here.
Oh, look at their relative speeds, 40 versus 30 kilometers an hour. Alfred's may have chose exactly the right time to move because his teammate is clearly cracked. Alfred's is clearly going to cruise to victory, and that was just a beautifully decisive attack. He knew exactly how hard he needed to go to break that rubber band of the draft, and he did it. And he's got 200 meters on his teammate. I'm pretty sure that Walker has given up the fight. That's why we're seeing that gap sort of develop so fast. Alfred's is still on 50 kilometers an hour. He's getting a bit of an advantage from the one sort of small descent on this course. And he is only 250 meters from the finish. Alfred's is going to cruise to victory. He'll have time to zip up his virtual jersey, make sure all of his virtual sponsors are displayed, and the Lake City cycling rider, wearing that lovely herd jersey, sees the finish banner now, and he gives a little gesture. I don't even know how you do that in the race, but nicely done to Shane Alfred's, our winner in the Cap 4 field today. He will wait for his teammate, Ian Walker. Ian Walker getting it done at age 65. He will cruise to a well-earned second place. And then we're going to wait a few seconds longer. And very quickly we will see our other three riders coming through to take the minor placings. Now, Arkang, On, and Lean have all been lapped, but maybe you know the answer better than I do. I think that the race will shut them down once they finish their next lap, just as it would if it was a real race.
I think they do the full distance on a criterium course. I think on a circuit they might shut them down. Let's see.
Okay.
They're showing
We'll
Arkang finishing
find out.
here on the way in. So I think Arkang going to be in and done for the day.
Sounds
So really, overall, won't have lost that much time after getting dropped out of this group of three at, I don't know, maybe 6K to go. Winning move came at 2K to go, where Alfreds and Walker split. And
Yeah, he did a...
Arkang going to come in here.
That's right. Yeah, no, Arkang was not lapped. I shouldn't slander him like that. So we've got On, and On is showing another 2 kilometers remaining, so he may be cruising out his race here. And we've got Siska. She is also on the road there. Maybe On and Siska this time around will decide to work together as they come to the finish. They're not really racing each other. They're both on different lap counts at this point. But I hope they both had a lot of fun because they did some good, credible racing. I think that Nuri had a lot of fun at the start, holding on to those 3 hammerheads up front. I can only console you, Nuri, that if all goes well, those guys will get an upgrade to Cat 3 pretty soon. So these 2 riders
See if they can
rolling
link
through,
up
they're
here.
doing about... Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, let's see. I think that's going to be on Siska if she can make that wheel, but she's gone
Well,
for a
she
bit
tried.
of an effort. but
Yeah, you saw the effort there. It went into orange and then into yellow, so nice to see the effort there.
there you go. Yeah, we've all been there. You know, you get near the end of the race, you've been riding in your own head, a wheel comes by, you give that little dig, and then you watch that wheel go, and hey, that would be great if I could catch that. Super. So now we're going to watch Nuri. Very familiar experience for him. He's an expert level triathlete. In fact, he's a certified Ironman triathlete coach, so he knows all about doing the long solo effort just like the one he's doing right now. Meanwhile, as these riders roll it out, we've got pretty much that group decided, and we're going to be moving on to the Cat 2 and Cat 3 open races, which will be the next events for us. And those are going to start in 6 minutes, which I think makes it about 9:35.
These riders doing a little longer race than our Category 4 and open race. They'll be doing 32 laps instead of the 30, so we'll tune back in with them here in a bit as we go back and take a look at our Category 4 results. 21 seconds for Ian Walker behind our race winner, and then Jimmy Arkang at 1:21 back on the day.
Look at the cruel efficiency there Alfred's managed in that race. 2.17 watts per kilogram. Massively less than his opponents. He was clearly making sure that he was eating off of their plates long before he started on his own meal. So kids, if you're watching at home, that is the power of drafting and savvy racing, is that the winner in this case did vastly, vastly less work than either of the 2 riders that he was racing against. And it's not showing on our results because they haven't quite wrapped it up, but chapeau again to Nuri On, who will be 4th place in this field, and to Siska Lean, who will be our Open Women's winner. So, good job, Siska. I know it was a hard solo race, but you will be rewarded. We thank you for coming out.
Yeah, that's maybe the hardest type of racing you can do, the solo racing that Siska had to do today, especially on a criterium course. That gets a lot tougher on a crit course like this with so many corners when you just don't have that sort of challenge in between the corners. So way to hang in there today, Siska. I know that was tough. That a solo day on the trainer is about as tough as it gets, I would say, mentally and physically.
Yeah, hopefully it was an opportunity for her to do a little skill building, learn how the cornering entry and exit works with managing power so that she wasn't wasting any. And she can put those lessons to good work in next week's race.
So, all right, so category 2s and 3s again up next. 4 minutes from now as we go back to our look at the real-life Canary Wharf that today's course is modeled after. By the way, all the courses on RGT are modeled after real-life courses. Riders can also upload their own course. So if you have a favorite route and you have basically the GPX file for it that your Garmin or something like that will generate. Anyone can upload those routes into RGT. They won't all have the same graphics that Canary Wharf has. If you just upload a regular route from your backyard or whatever, that's going to show up in what's called one of their real worlds. Basically, it's these sort of pre-rendered views of the area. But races like Canary Wharf, this is one of the special courses that they have perfectly modeled with the real-life equivalent. So choosing to race here for stop number 2 of the BC Cup. We were on the Paterberg last week, which was a pretty realistic representation of at least the Paterberg section of that climb, including the little house on the side of the hill, fans and everything. And Canary Wharf, as you've seen, has all the buildings modeled out there today as well. So cool chance to race in places that you normally wouldn't get to.
That's right, Brad. So for those of you just joining us today, next up we will have the Cat 2 and Cat 3 races. Those will be 2 separate events, each with their own virtual world, but they'll be running at the same time, so we'll be swapping back and forth with them. The race circuit that they will be running on today is the 1-kilometer Canary Wharf circuit. Very little elevation, 4 tight corners. This is a classic round-the-houses criterium. We were earlier comparing it to the Gastown Grand Prix course. It's pretty similar, except that it's even flatter and maybe even less technical in a lot of ways. This is based on a real location in London. It's just surrounded by the Thames on the Isle of Dogs. And there will be... It looks like we've got some great fields. I'm looking at our start list, and we'll confirm who's shown up in a few minutes here, as we are closing in on less than 2 minutes to our race start.
Yeah, let's see if we can go down and take a look at our start line here. There we go. Again, Category 2 and Category 3 men racing in the same virtual course, but in 2 different virtual worlds, so they will not be mixed like we had in the Category 4 and open races. They're not racing on the same virtual course. They're identical courses, but in 2 different worlds. I hope that makes sense. Hope I explained that well enough. It's kind of weird in virtual racing.
Viewers, just go with it. You'll figure it out pretty soon. So we see both some familiar names from last week, like Jerome Reichen and Sean Griffard, but we also see some new names. I believe that we've got Brett Boniface, a name well known to local racers. He's both a bike racer and also an event organizer. He was one of the co-founders of and organizers for a long time of the Valley Fondo, a local event. Now we're swapping over. We're looking at the Cat 3 field. And again, a few names there that I definitely recognize. There's Michael Goodman, longtime racer for the Glotman Simpson Club. And I believe that's Michael Matthews for the Gastown Cycling team. Yeah, they liked the Gastown Grand Prix so much that they decided to name their bike club after it.
Look at all these Cycling BC kits in this group. Awesome.
Yeah, it's a hella classy kit there, Brad. You got to go for the sweet Cycling BC jersey. And as I said, you can actually buy that jersey in real life. I've got one myself, and it is a really nice kit. So we are ticking down 3 seconds to the start, and again, they will rocket away. I'll let you take the call there.
Yeah, look at everyone winding up into the red zone. You want to, again, maximize your power just as you leave the line. Westlake, we saw last week over in our Category 2 men's race on the left side, taking an early jump, got there again, as it looked like Israel over in the Cat 3 getting the whole shot, although that's all going to change in the first, 4 minutes of racing, Ryan. It is chaotic out there. If you thought the start to a real-life crit was crazy, wait until you get into the first 4 minutes of a virtual crit.
That's right. And we're trying to watch both of these races. The early attack here is really trying to establish all of these riders into the initial grouping. They know that anybody who is unwary is in great danger of getting dropped. And if you're dropped in the first 100 meters of a race, how bad is that? So all these riders end up going right from the gun, just desperately trying to outlast that initial sprint and just hold on to the group. So nobody's going to win this race in the first kilometer or so, but you can absolutely lose the race in the first kilometer or so. And that is doubly true on a dead flat course like this one, because, yeah, you don't have any climbs where if you're a good, solid, strong rider, you can just climb your way back into the field. No, the field's
Hmm.
going to run away. There's going to be a drafting effect, and they will be gone, baby, gone. We're seeing an early attack here by Klassen in the Cat 2 field. He's given a big dig, all for naught. Boniface catches him. Sean Griffard right there, and the whole field is Gruppo Compacto. Out of this group, we're seeing, I think, in the Cat 2s, I believe there are now no riders actually dropped. The last rider is constantly swapping up and down. Oh, we're seeing a few. It looks like my old buddy on the Cat 2 men, we don't have anybody really dropped there. Still holding together as a group, but the attacks are still coming fast and furious. Look at those power and effort numbers on the front. Looks like we've got one Quinn Anderson right off the bop there.
Yeah, we'll say early
Quinn
on
also.
at this point in the race, a lot of times the action is at the back and not at the front. You were talking about riders trying to get dropped as guys like Quinn put the pressure on up at the front. Sometimes you're going to see a lot more action at the back of the virtual race than you do at the front because it's all about riders trying to hang in there. So we'll start to see them come unglued one by one. Like looks like Delisser here might be one of the
Yeah.
first casualties out of that group, although I see Ruffin just ahead of him, a little farther off the back as well. And I think everyone ahead of him is going to be considered quote unquote in the group, but they're already starting to drop guys over in the category 2 race here.
Yeah, Brian Delisser, I know him well. He's no brick, but he either got caught out or just got caught without quite enough legs. And we're seeing a similar selection in the Cat 3 race. I've already seen a few names go down, and you can see those gaps starting to develop. We're looking at Hamilton here. He's off the back. It looks like Michael Matthews has ended up off the back as well. An awkward position for a guy who's a reasonably strong rider in real life. So I don't know whether he just missed the initial getaway or burned one too many matches, but Mr. Matthews has a long day ahead of him if he doesn't close that gap fast. So we're swapping back to the Category 2 field, it looks like. Let's see what Damon has to show us here. They're going away. And this field, I think nobody new has been dropped quite yet, but they're still going hammer and tongs. You can see that race pace is 44 kilometers an hour. And that's not a killing pace for these Cat 2s, but it's definitely a solid pace. And you can see that sort of bubble and boil as people are getting up to the front and then immediately dropping back. Sean Griffard making a dig. And good. Luke Hubner was in trouble earlier. He was riding at the back of the field, but that young 17-year-old has the legs, and I think that this very flat course may suit him really well. He was punished on the Paterberg last week, but there are no hills to make Luke's day bad. So he's a smart, savvy rider, and if you can translate his track experience over here to the virtual world, then he'll do just fine.
Yeah, I think the
And
up and down nature of a power profile in criterium racing is even more pronounced in virtual racing with the accelerations out of the corner. That's what makes these criterium races tough. Yes, there's no climbing. Yes, you don't have to deal with the hills, but you're talking about accelerating sometimes twice in a 30-second span on the short part of this course. So it's its own kind of challenging, and riders like track riders tend to do really well here, especially in the virtual iteration of criterium racing, because they can do those accelerations so well, because they can create those power profiles with big spikes, and that's what it takes in virtual crit racing.
yes, absolutely. It almost becomes like a series of micro sprints. Closest thing I can think of is there's a type of race called the Devil's Race or a missing out, where you essentially eliminate the last rider on every lap or two. And those races privilege this kind of semi-threshold sprinting where you're never riding a sprint, but you're frequently doing just enough effort to change your pack position. And that's exactly how you have to ride a criterium race, both real and virtual, that every corner becomes this little effort to make sure that your position is right, that you're not losing time, and that as you exit the corner, you aren't getting dropped. Um, and just like with a real race, as you see as these fields bunch up and string out, the actual shape of the field becomes a keen indicator of how the racing is going. So when you see a bunched up group, it means that nobody's really attacking. It means that everybody's able to hold the pace. And when you see a strung out group, it means that everybody is right on the rivet and they're having to take maximum advantage of the available draft. And so we're seeing that sort of forming up into those two shapes, the blob and the string, in both fields. Like right now, the Cat 2 field is stringing out, which means that that's Giesler on the front, clearly doing a legit attack. You're starting to see the Cat 3 field also string itself out a little bit and then reform into a blob. And there you see as Giesler lets off the attack, the field blobs up in the Cat 2s again. So just this constant sense of, is the field a blob or a string right now? And that can give you a good idea of sort of what the effort levels are like even before you look at the wattage numbers.
Back over to the Cat 3s, Bayfield taking a little look. And this group doing a nice job of hanging in as well. Looks like first casualty here is Israel back in 10th. Took the whole shot from off the line.
Yes, indeed.
An almost entirely Canadian list here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, good Canadian boys. So yeah, it does appear that we really have a group of 9 formed at the front. Then we've got Israel there. I think that's Sean in Rosario. Apologies if I got that one wrong. And then we go back, and my good buddy Mike Matthews is leading the back of the field there. So some good riders dropped. We've got a group of 9 there forming into the Cat 3 field. And I suspect their effort will stay pretty high if they're smart, because they don't want any of those riders coming back. The Cat 2 field is doing a somewhat better job of staying together. There's some very motivated riders, but you can still see a little bit of attrition there. Both groups are maintaining a high rate of speed. You can see as they go down the descent, the Cat 3s are over 50 kilometers an hour. And on the dead flat, the Cat 2s are at a steady 40 to 45 kilometers an hour. These are 40 to 45 is a torrid pace, but these Cat 2s can probably maintain that for pretty much the whole race. That's kind of just a standard, not even attacking race pace for these riders. And the Cat 3s will not be much slower. They will probably roll around at about 42K all day. And as they hit the descent, you can see the Cat 2s are over 50, and Giesler's going for another attack.
Yeah,
he likes something about this course. But most of all, it seems like he wants to try an incredibly long-distance solo attack. Brave move on a dead flat criterium course, but if he's got the watts, maybe he can make it stick.
I'm wondering if maybe he's just trying to lift the sort of overall tempo, kind of trying to send a message like, all right, guys, let's try and make it a little tough, at least for these guys at the back, maybe feeling like there were some riders that were too comfortable. So Giesler looks like has successfully recruited some riders to come with him and sort of lift the overall tempo of this group as they tick past 50K an hour. Here he goes again. Giesler, save some watts for the rest of us.
Well, he says that he's got the watts to burn. He says his fear is climbing, and he describes himself as a man who descends like a rocket ship, and that's a very particular code in bike racing, but it certainly means that he'll be very pleased about this dead flat course that accepts him for who he is, which is a man able to generate an enormous amount of wattage, and probably for a pretty long time, considering that he's credited to the Tri-Nerds team. So if you're a triathlete and you've got an enormous watt package and you're a pretty big guy and you're on a dead flat crit course, your winning move is probably to attack the field as many times as you can, because you do not want to be a finishing sprint where you're just going to be dead meat. So even if Giesler doesn't want these attacks to succeed, he's probably hoping for at least a situation where he gets into a breakaway with a couple of strong riders and can kind of assure himself of a podium finish, a group that can work together and make a small selection, and then he can ride his own race to the end.
Yep, great point. Great strategy there as well. Definitely the way to do it. Get rid of the sprinters if you don't like your chances sprinting against them.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, back on the Cat 3 side, we see Bart Gould taking a turn. He's another pretty good, strong local rider that I know well. And then we've got Vandergriend and lots of others. Again, we're sort of seeing this blobbing up. There's a group of 7 now, so they've lost a few more riders. I think that's Stevens, who's gone off the back since we last checked in on them. But he'll be riding with Israel now, so hopefully the two of them can get together and stay together. Got Mr. Chan joining them. That's Albert Chan. He rides for the United Velo team. Great little team that's based more in the Fraser Valley, but not far, and we see them at a lot of local races. They also have their own small masters racing series and time trials that they've put on, so good active club in the local scene. Now we've got this selection down. It looks like group of 7. And I think we can pretty confidently predict that even only 9 kilometers into this race, with still almost 25K to go, this is your finishing group of 7. These are the guys that will matter for the podium.
Yep, so, I'm with you. I think Israel and Stevens probably link up behind them, and then looks like Matthews and Patterson going to ride together for the day. Bayfield in the red at the back, but most of the guys in this group look pretty comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised to see all 7 of these go to the line. Still a long way to go till we're done with these guys. A little under 24K to go right now, but this group of 7 could absolutely go to the line together. So we'll keep an eye on them, see how well they stay together. We were watching the riders sort of trading position at the front, like you're seeing right now on the right-hand side of the screen. Bayfield sort of surging up to the front. Don't read too much into that for viewers new to watching on RGT. You're going to see a lot of sort of churn up at the front. A lot of times that's just riders trying to adjust their power, adjust their speed to make sure that they stay in the group, and then you just sort of coincidentally get pushed to the front. The game has some physics that will try and separate riders a little bit to make sure that they're not overlapping in this virtual world. It will kind of push some riders up to the front or maybe to the side, and so when you see that constant changing up at the front, it's not quite as realistic like in real life, where that would matter or that would be impressive, let's say, to see in real life. So even though we're going to be seeing a lot of churn, especially in these criterium groups, don't read too much into it in terms of who's riding on the front. Again, you're going to be watching the power numbers. That's the big thing. If you see a rider that goes to the front and they're in the red and it stays there for a while, then we know we got something. So that's kind of what we're looking for new RGT viewers.
That's absolutely right. And right now we're seeing both groups. They're going along at steady, solid paces, but they're kind of blobbing up, which indicates that either nobody's really attacking very decisively, or lots of people are willing to make something close to an attacking pace. And I think what we're seeing is, it's not that the racing has gotten passive, but they're all looking around at each other. We're sort of in the middle of the race, passed through about the 1/3 mark. These guys still have a long way to go, but we're going to see probably sort of some tactical assessments. We'll see folks like Giesler in the Cat 2 race, and maybe some of the Cat 3 riders assessing whether they need to make some attacks or try to shrink the selection. I mean, sometimes when you go for an attack at this point in the race, it's not so much that you're trying for solo victory. What you really hope is you get a few friends to come along with you, because if you attack and you pull, say, 2 strong riders with you, then all of a sudden you've got a group of 3, and that group of 3 can work really well together. They can be almost as powerful as a pack working together, and the truth is usually the pack isn't working together. So group of 3 can easily keep off what would be, say, a group of 4 in the Cat 3s, or we've got about 15 in the front field right now in the Cat 2s. So if we can get 3 riders that sort of go off and are able to work closely together, they can make the decisive break in the race, and that can be your podium. But
it's a good point.
I think what we're seeing right now, yeah, I think what we're seeing right now, though, is that however much those attacks are happening, they're just getting absorbed right away. Nobody's in difficulty yet. It's still early in the race, so everybody's got plenty of matches to burn, and they're starting to use them up. The other effect we might see if we're seeing these sort of constant attacks is eventually a few people will start to slowly disappear out the back. We've already seen that happen to a couple of riders early on, but that is the other form of attrition you'll see in these races.
Big surge going on over in the Cat 2's left-hand side of the screen. Saw some riders go into the red zone. In fact, red all over the place now. Both Wieslakes here into the red, one at the front, one at the back.
My goodness, yes, and you can see that strung out formation, which definitely indicates that this is a race that is going for it. That is, of course, Soren Wieselake, and I don't know what the relation is to the other Wieselake in the race, but we'll be sure to look that up for you. Meanwhile, we've got Luke Hubner taking his turn at the front. Still doing 50 kilometers an hour, but they are on the slight descent, so this isn't quite the killing pace it appears to be. I think that's Nathan Wieselake sort of sitting up there, nice and close. And then we've got my good friend Sean Griffard showing himself very credibly. Well, I shouldn't say I know Sean. I actually know Sean's mom, Susan. I worked with her for many years, so I know that Susan's actually a huge fan of bike racing, and I'm sure she's watching her son out here turning out the laps, showing himself very well in a very credible field. So, Sean, hope you'll come out and do some real racing later in the year when we can do that, and say hi. And a big wave to Mrs. Griffard. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast. We're popping back for, looks like, a view of the Cat 3 men as well. And the Cat 3s are now starting to look very strung out. Van de Green doing his turn on the front, daring everybody else to catch up. They are still a group of 7, so nobody's been dropped out of that group yet, but this is the kind of effort that will work that gang hard. And we've got a new attacker coming off the front. Looks like that's Staton and Bayfield going for it. Bayfield actually giving a real dig.
Yeah, no, this is what I was talking about earlier with the sustained effort on the front. See how he's staying in the red zone here. So this is definitely Bayfield trying to split the group, holding a steady 470, let's say, watts here for right around 3.5 watts per kilo.
What a massive effort in this Cat 3 field. He's got that gap, but I don't think he can do 400 watts all day, so 40 meters, it's a good gap, but I don't know if he can hold that. And I suspect at this point in the race, he was kind of hoping to have some friends, but now he's going to learn an important lesson about how bike racing works, which is sometimes you get out, your gap is about, say, 40 meters, and the guys behind you decide that's just fine, and they'll let you sit out there and roast for a while. So the field, if it's smart, will match Bayfield's pace, sit about 30 meters, 40 meters back, a totally manageable gap, and just basically let Bayfield wear himself out while he's racing against 6 other riders taking turns.
Bayfield threw a party and nobody came, so he's going to crumple up the invites here and go back into the group.
That's right. He's sulking in his tent now. Oh, but we've got another
Flower going to counter him now. Oh, brilliant move.
Oh, this is the kind of racing you love to see in a criterium, real or virtual.
Yeah.
Flower doing the classic counterattack just as the pack has worn itself a bit. Chasing down Van de Green now. They've got a new attack. So Flower is making a good go of it. He's gotten out to a 13 meters, but he's being chased hard. Let's see how long he can hold this. Let's see if there's a counterattack. Oh.
This is great racing in the Category 3 men here.
Yes, absolutely solid. And this is sort of virtual racing at its finest. We're seeing examples of real tactics that work in the real world, also working out very nicely in the virtual world. It's kind of a pretty good test of how your physics model is working in your virtual race system is that does it allow riders to create, real world tactical situations? And it does.
Looks like some surgeon going on over in the Cat 2 men, as well as McCall got to the front here. Going to spend some time in the orange and red zones, but just dangling off the front should be enough to reel him back here. You really need to make a quick, clean jump to get away, especially on the virtual platform. Obviously true in real life, but even more so on RGT. It's not a 10-second effort. It's not a 15-second effort. To make a split that's really going to work, you need to invest like 2, 3, 4 minutes of effort, of orange or red zone effort, I should say, into the attack in order to make it work. These little attacks off the front aren't going to cause a split. You're not going to be able to get enough space and be able to take a rider with you to make it work. So you really just need to be able to put your head down, do a long, non-sprinter effort, let's call it, to get away. And that's what's ultimately going to cause a split on RGT. We haven't seen anyone that's been able to do that yet. We've seen riders trying, but I think they're quickly learning that lesson that you got to have a lot in the bank before you start making withdrawals on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're at about the 17K mark, so we're just past the halfway. And part of it is there's that classic crit racing dynamic where the attacks early on will pay off because people will stop being able to follow those wheels. So it's not the first attack that wins, but sometimes the fifth attack, the sixth attack, the 10th attack is what separates the field. And so a lot of this work is sort of setting up for the second half of the race. And indeed, we're seeing the Cat 2s continue to just test each other, push a little bit, make sure everybody can follow wheels, make sure everybody's doing some honest work. There's surges and sags, and it's punishing anybody who falls even a little off. I think we may have just seen another rider get dropped out of the 2 leading group. Meanwhile, we're looking at the category 3s. They're all Gruppo Compactos. My old friend Jeremy Story would have said, because he couldn't speak Italian properly. So they're just vying for position. So we're seeing both groups kind of blob up. I think we had a very active racing in both fields there for a couple of minutes, and now everybody's sort of reassessing. This is the point in a trainer race where you're kind of questioning your life choices, probably getting pretty hot, probably getting pretty tired. Remember, all these guys are doing this for fun. Most of them will have day jobs or something resembling that. And yet here they are basically sweating in their living rooms for the mad joy of bike racing, even when we can't have bike racing.
Well, it is a good chance to kind of support, I guess, the events, support Cycling BC, and kind of connect with the other riders that we didn't get to see during the missed year of racing, let's call it. So big thank you to all the riders for coming out. I know, I'm not sure if you guys are into outdoor riding weather yet, depending on where these riders are on the latitude scale of BC, but spending your Saturday with us here on RGT, we appreciate it.
Well, I can tell you, Brad, Vancouver itself and the outlying regions in Victoria, the big cities in BC, are so delightfully mild that really bike riding outside is an all year round affair. Certainly my cycling club and most of the other ones have rides that will go throughout the winter. Gets a little cold. Watch out for ice on some of the Saturday mornings, but I would guess that a lot of these riders, as well as putting in the trainer time, have been out on the roads all along. I mean, not to inject a bit of reality into this racing conversation, but COVID numbers have had a rather complicated trajectory in BC over the last week or two, and we're not sort of on the same vaccination pace as you're seeing in the US at the moment, which means that we're starting to see the start of real racing schedules slip again. But I'm pretty close to the powers that be, and I think we're still pretty hopeful for something like a summer restart of racing. And I think we'll have some clearer numbers and information for bike racers on that in, say, about 4 weeks.
Well, everyone's got to do their part, and hopefully we're back to it sooner rather than later. But big part of making that happen and making sure we're back at some point is making sure we don't let our guard down too early. And it's getting harder and harder every day with more vaccinations out there. The lines kind of getting blurred with what's safe, what's not safe, what's okay, what's not okay. So we're going to stay vigilant for at least the next few months until we can be sure that we can get through this thing safely and then get back to racing for everybody for good sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. And right now we'll continue on with some nice, safe virtual bike racing. Both fields are sort of boiling the pot here. Looks like the Cat 3s are giving a good old try. You can see them all strung out. You can see the numbers creeping up in the Cat 2 men. Be interested to see. It looks like the threes have maintained that same group of seven, so nobody's been dropped out. And they're now at about 14K to go. The Cat 2s are just a little ahead of them in their own virtual world. So we're looking back at the threes here. Van de Green still showing on the front, but again, it's a blobbed up field, so they're not pushing each other into great difficulty. Looks like this whole group is just sort of thinking about how they can make this field go from 7 to not 7. Van de Green has been ticking out the laps there on the front of the field. And we're swinging back to take a peek at the Cat 2 men now. They're starting to show a little bit more attacking nature. Looks like the speeds are ramping up, and once again you can see the field stringing out there. Looks like it's Sean Griffard making a little dig off the front. He's actually got a tiny gap, but I don't know if he can hold that. Field is chasing aggressively. Not sure if my numbers are right, but it looks like we're down to a field of 14 at the front of the Cat 2s, which I believe means they've lost a few riders over the last 5-6 laps. And they've got a rider off the back. Yeah, that's Whiting. So they're a group of 14 now as Whiting has lost contact with the lead group. In fact, he's almost a lap down. So his winning move will probably be to wait until he gets overtaken by Ruffin in 16th and ride it home there for the minor placings. But at the front of the field, you can see again they've blobbed up. We've got Luke Hubner there picked out, and he's moving forward. And sort of getting a sense of the usual suspects. When you keep seeing the same names appear at the front of the field over and over, and look, it's Giesler again. Although Hopkinson, I don't think we've seen him at the front of the field very much. And I mean, on one hand, those are the strong riders in this field, but on the other hand, those are also the riders who are doing the most work. So we saw how that worked out for the Cat 4s.
Once again, efficiency is key.
Yeah. So we've got both races kind of in this sort of decisive zone. They've gotten past the 2/3 mark. There's only 10K to go for the Cat 2s. Not much further for the Cat 3s. So they're doing the same distance, but the Cat 3s will be, again, they're on a totally different virtual course. Basically a different instance, if you will. And so they are moving at a slightly slower overall pace. You can see it's a slightly smaller lead group, so that's part of it, and partly they're Cat 3s, not Cat 2s. But there's a new name that I haven't seen at the front of the Cat 3 field for a while. Mr. Green. I'll have to look up who that is. And again, they're attacking away. They're managing that as they go through the dip on the course. They again ramp up to 50 kilometers an hour in that 3 field. And the Cat 2s have just passed through that dip. There's another attack going off the front there. Looks like Staten. Looks like, Bayfield in the Cat 3s is not quite getting away with it. I think he had about 2-3 meters, what we'd call a slight gap, if you were reporting it to the commissaires from the road.
Bayfield's been up there, though. He's been kind of taking these little, I think they're just poles on the front. I think what he's trying to do is lift the overall tempo of the group and just sort of consequentially gets off the front. But Bayfield's definitely been aggressive at the front of this Category 3 group. I've seen his name up there a few times.
Yeah, he's a good North Vancouver boy. I don't know much about Eric Bayfield, but he's doing quite well for a man of his age, showing some of these young whippersnappers how it's done. Oh, and now we see one of those young whippersnappers in the Cat 2 field, Brett Boniface. He's giving it a go. That's a substantial gap. It looks like he's trying to drag McCall with him. That would be TJ McCall. And TJ has joined the front, and this is a credible attack with some real legs. So let's see. I'm sure the rest of the field will know that and be very keen to not let these two get away. But they are activating the race. So even on the flats here, we're seeing the field chase them down at 50 kilometers an hour. And they've made the catch. Let's see if there's a counterattack now.
Well, safe to say they sent a message and definitely put some sting in some legs. You see some riders slow. I think that's Hubner slowly getting gapped off the back. I don't think he's in danger. He should be able to catch back on here. But every time they have to burn one of those matches to try to stay in, that's a match they won't have later on in the day.
Luke Hubner from Qualicum Beach. I hope he can get back up there. He says this is only his third virtual race ever, so maybe his inexperience is showing there, but I know he's got the legs and he can do the digs, so let's cheer on for that young man. I think he's got a great future ahead of him. I've seen him race in person at the Burnaby Velodrome, where he did very, very well in the junior series in 2019. Now it looks like we've got a Mr. Guest off the front. That would be Cole Guest, a 23-year-old who says he's moved from Whitby, Ontario, but I'm not sure where he's moved to. We're going to presume it's somewhere in BC. So we'll just refer to Cole as from parts unknown, because that's always much more fun than any other speculation.
Very mysterious. I like it.
That's right. The mysterious Cole. He's probably tired of jokes about being a guest rider, so we won't devolve to that low level of humor. Meanwhile, the Cat 3 men are lighting it up. Mr. Flower off the front. Fairly strung out field, trying to hang on that wheel. They've got 9 kilometers to go, so this is sort of, again, we're in the end game of this race. Final third. It's going to take them, at the paces that they're riding, less than 15 minutes to complete this event, I think, in both fields. The Cat 2s are even faster, and they are ramping up even faster. They're showing 7.5K to go, so we've got 2 exciting races to watch here. But, I think the Cat 3 field is pretty much sort of trying to take its final form right now. These attacks are looking more credible. Riders are getting off the front and just hanging off the front a little bit longer, and now they've strung out. It looks like our group of 7 may also have become a group of 6, as it's Staton getting gapped off the back there. It would be Mitch Staton from Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Also rides for the United Velo team, but his legs aren't moving. I wonder if he's just having technical difficulties, but for him, the race is over. But, Brett and Giesler going for it. 15 meters. And these attacks are starting to get heart attack serious for the Cat 2s. 7 kilometers remaining. It's just absolutely the case that these guys know that every attack could literally be the last one, right? That could make the race. And Bayfield is doing the same in the Category 3 men. He's got a little more distance to go with 8 kilometers left in the event, and he gets caught. But I would not be surprised to see a counterattack right now. Meanwhile, the Category 2s, they've absorbed the Giesler-Boniface attack, but they are continuing to go. Looks like we've got Quinn Anderson off the front there. Quinn Anderson races for the local Lost Boys cycling team. I can tell you that their real-world kit is very tasteful. It's got a purple fade that would not look at all out of place in an episode of Miami Vice. And so he must love this neon-lit night course, perfectly suited to their vaporwave aesthetic. But they carry on, and I see that's Jerome Ryken and a couple other guys at the front. It's just going to be hammer and tongs, because we're now inside of 6 kilometers to go on the Cat 2s. So you're just going to see the speeds ramp up. You're going to see the attacking ramp up. I don't know what it's going to look like if we go to the finish with a 15 strong sprint. It'll be just 15 Cat 2 racers head down trying to develop 1,000 watts on a trainer. If you see any of them suddenly go from 1,000 watts to 0 in that last sprint, it probably means they fell off their trainer, which would
There's
be hilarious,
or something broke and they've rocketed through their living room.
Yeah. If any of you riders breaks or falls off your trainer, take a selfie right after. We'll insert it into. We'll get Damon to insert it into the coverage for next week. You can win an I Got Screwed award for heroic attempts to win a trainer race. Meanwhile, we see Mr. Green over in the Cat 3 men trying to activate that race. Again, they are strung out here, so that's how you know that this is some legitimate attacking. Even though everybody's in contact, those wattage numbers are huge. You can see that Green is flirting with 5 watts per kilo there as he gives up the front. It's kind of a battle here. If any of these riders are not dedicated sprinters, and I know quite a few of them are not, they've got to be worried about their chances because...
Yeah, you're also watching your windows start to shrink here. If you're hoping that, you're going to see a breakaway you're going to go with, you're kind of waiting to see that move. You got the bullet loaded in the chamber, but you're just waiting to launch. If that never comes with each kilometer that ticks away, you get more and more nervous as we'll call them non-sprinters in this group. We'll come to find out. So there's got to be some guys that are starting to think I might as well try and go inside 5K because I got no shot of winning in a sprint. So I hope we see some good last-minute attacks, some good desperate attacks, we'll call them, as we get down to the last 5K here.
Yeah, let's see if we've got a Category 2 version of Fabian Cancellara. This was kind of his attacking zone. I mean, he was just a beastly powerful rider with functionally no sprint but an enormous motor. And so any of these riders who fit that prototype, triathletes, will be desperately trying to separate themselves right now, as you can see Giesler doing. But we're inside of 4 kilometers. We're kind of into the sprinter zone. I don't know if we're going to have much team action. I haven't been paying too much attention to how the team breakdown is in either the Cat 2 or Cat 3 fields. We've got a couple of teammates and certainly a couple of riders who know each other pretty well. But I think, for example, Sean Griffard races for United Velo. He has a few teammates in this field, but at least one of them's been dropped, and I'm not sure if his other active teammate, Jesse Klassen, is still in that front group. Yeah, Klassen is still there, so we might see some team action from Klassen and Griffard. And Griffard has certainly shown his nose at the front of the race. But they're inside of 3 kilometers. It's going to be a group of, I think, 14 or 15 riders in the Cat 2 field. We've still got our desperate group of 6. It was 7 for a long time in the Cat 3 field, but now they're down to 6. And just watch the speeds ramp up on both sides because, you might attempt some tactical racing, especially as they get down to 3 to go in the Cat 2s, but there are no tactics anymore. If you attack at 3K to go and try to do it solo, Riken must have had some version of a mechanical because he is gone, baby, gone. And that's got to be a disappointment. But Giesler is away. Hopkinson is away. So this is probably Giesler's last most desperate act. We know he's one of the most powerful riders in this field, but I don't think he likes his chances in a sprint being a self-described diesel with triathlon experience. So he's hammering away. He's now got to do a 2.5 kilometer time trial against a highly motivated field of 15 riders. So he's attempting the only kind of win that he can achieve, but he's got his work cut out for him. And indeed, heartbreak has arrived in the form of the chasing field. Oh, well, they haven't caught him quite yet, have they, Brad?
No, Giesler's definitely dedicated to this move, though. I mean, he's going to win this race or die trying, and unfortunately, it's looking more like dying trying right now because guys like McCall just too strong up on the front. Here comes Hubner lending a hand here as well, but bravo, Giesler. I mean, had the guts. to give it a go, stay in there in the red zone. He's going to empty the tank today.
He is. Like, look at that. He's 10 meters out. He's still not giving up. He's still in the red zone. He's going to make the field work for it. I mean, I think that his window is closed, but I wouldn't put it past him to try another attack here. And meanwhile, the Cat 3s, having no respect for the finish of the 2s, are also going on a big move. It looks like that's Flower making his play. Tom Flower, he races for the local Steed Cycling team, and he's given it a go, and that could be a decisive move. He's still 3.6K out. He's got to maintain this for a long time, but he's gone into the red
look what's
zone.
happening behind him. Look at the splits behind him. Call that two significant splits. There's a little group of 3 stuck in the middle and the rest of the group. So Flower, I don't know if it's going to play well for him individually, but it did just have a major impact on how the end of this Category 3 race is playing out at 3.3K. Meanwhile, back over to the Category 2 men. As they go inside of 1 kilometer to go, we'll follow them to the finish and then go immediately over to the Cat 3s once we watch these Cat 2 men sprint it out. As Giesler still up at the front here. Bravo. This guy's my new hero, Ryan.
He's peaking out at 1,000 watts, so maybe he does have a sprint, but boy, trying a sprint from 1,000 meters out, that's brave or crazy. But I fear that he's finally cracking a little bit, and I think this is his time to be swamped. But he might actually, if he can sustain 1,000 watts for over 10 seconds, he might actually be able to just sort of surf wheels into the top 5 or top 10 in this finish. But I believe that as we get to the 400-meter mark here, we're very rapidly going to see the sprinters show themselves at the front of the field. And indeed, there's Hopkinson going away. Giesler, oh my goodness. Oh, Giesler's been overtaken.
He might have just the right mix out there today as they go inside the last 150 meters here. Westlake, both of them up there at the front. Dumper there as well, as you said. Here comes Boniface.
Yeah, Brett Boniface. It's just, oh, what a finish. Guest comes around. That was a sneaky, sneaky finish. So it's going to be Guest, Brett Boniface, and then so Cole Guest, Brett Boniface, and it looks like Quinn Anderson for your top 3. TJ McCall and Sean Westlake may round out the mountain bike podium. Huge all-out finish, nothing but red numbers and thousands of watts being expended. Now we switch over to the Cat 3s because they are only 2 kilometers to go to their finish. It looks like it's still a group of 6, hammer and tongs. I think we may be seeing a fair number of lapped riders sort of appearing and disappearing here, but it's this core group of 6 from Bayfield down to Green right now that are the real finish.
Yeah, no, I think this one is going to be probably significantly different than the last sprint that we saw, just because this group is so much smaller. It'll be a little harder to hide in a group of 6. Although, are there lapped riders mixed in here? I think there are. I think some lapped riders have jumped into this group. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, that's going to complicate the finish in terms of there'll just be more drafting effects than you're expecting, and you'll have to keep an eye out at home for those little numbers beside the highlighted riders. That'll show you the riders who are actually in the top 6, which is all that matters here. So yeah, there's definitely lap riders integrated into that field. This would be a huge problem if this was a real race, but because it's a virtual race, we've got electronic timing on every one of these guys, and they will just hammer down and ride to the finish. It won't really affect their race much, except that they might get a little bit of extra drafting into this finish line. And they're going to pass through the finish for their bell lap right now. So, and you can see now it looks like the selection is there may be 1 lapped rider in that group. What is there? There's 8 riders and 6 of them are on the lead lap. So we've got 2 others sitting around who will be racing for minor placings, but nonetheless, I think we're going to start seeing these guys ramp it up into the red zone, and we'll find out who's got it and who doesn't. 45 kilometers an hour. Bart Gould giving it a go there. He's racing for the Steed Cycle team. Lovely local group led by Kim Steed. He's also a strong, strong rider in his own right. And it looks like Paul Green from Prince George. So it's one of our out-of-town riders, but definitely in the province. Prince George, a lovely city in central British Columbia.
How about
I
Fowler
embarrassed
here?
myself mightily. Yeah, Flower is
Flower.
off the
Sorry.
front. Tom Flower, the steed cyclist, lives in Vancouver. He's British by nature, so maybe this is his home course and is suiting him thus. 70 meters to go. Flower's going to do it.
Wow, he's
Beautiful
down to his
attack.
last.
Perfectly
Yeah,
timed.
took it nicely through the last couple corners and was able to use that last little bend to his advantage. Bayfield going to try and surge, not going to get there, and Flower going to win with a nice lead across the line.
Just a fantastic finish. The second, third, fourth sprint was too close to call. There's just some amazing racing there in both fields. You saw exactly how these races could come down to a close sprint. Look at those time gaps. There's essentially a second covering the top 10 in that race. Cole Guest pipping Brett Boniface by just over a tenth of a second. And
That
it
was
looks
an
like
awesome
Giesler
ride
was
by
in.
Cole Guest. All the credit in the
Yeah,
world to Cole. That was, yeah, you talk about perfect timing. Just couldn't have gone any better.
beautiful, beautiful work here. Looks like poor Mr. Giesler did all that work. We're going to have to give him the combativity prize in the category
There you
twos.
go.
Uh, because he activated this race and he made so many desperate attempts to win the only way he could. So chapeau to Vince Giesler from Victoria on the lovely island of Vancouver for using his big watts to activate this race today. But once again, we see a real winner in Cole Guest, who 3.83 watts per kilogram was he was kind of hiding out. We weren't calling his name a whole lot there.
Yeah.
As we move over here to the Cat 3s, and Tom managed to get that lovely decisive sprint, long distance attack, and made it pay. And those 6 riders basically rode together from start to finish. They managed to drop about half their field, and then they lost one more rider from a group of 7 around the halfway mark. And, there were no passengers in that group. You can see a relatively even spread of watts per kilo. Everybody was doing the work, and at least 3 of them got reported.
Yeah, Vandergreen, the name and number that sticks out to me on this list at 4.19 watts per kilo. Remember, we saw him on the front a lot. I mean, just sort of drifting up to the front to set tempo in that group of 6. Certainly was not shy in terms of being on the leading end of that group as we get the rest of our riders coming in. Looks like Israel and Matthews just finished up. So coming in just under a minute and a half down on the day. And I know Israel and Matthews linked up at one point. Remember, Israel got a whole shot from the line early on and then got dropped out of that group. And I think just that early split, that early break gave Israel some trouble. So ended up 7th place on the day for Simon. And then Michael Matthews at 4.4 watts per kilo, biggest average watt per kilo of the day so far in our Category 3 men's race that are finishing up now. So Matthews with the big power. Now just got to find some riders to draft off of. We can move up
Yeah,
in the
Matthews
results in
is a
coming weeks.
Matthews is a smart, savvy roadie, so he's just got to learn the virtual platform because, when you see that kind of number, it means he did all the watts and got none of the reward. So it tells you the importance of making and holding on to that lead group, because if you don't have the lead group with you, you got to make the split. So, Michael, that's our advice to you. Don't get dropped. That's a pro tip. You don't have to pay a coach for that. We're giving that to you for free, but it's worth a lot.
One of the hardest disciplines to race and one of the easiest disciplines to armchair quarterback or armchair director sportif maybe here in virtual racing. As we wrap up our Category 2 and 3 men, congratulations to our winners in both categories. Getting ready for our pro women up next, 10:30 Pacific start time. So just about 10 minutes from now. Ryan, what do you say we take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll come back and start talking about some riders in our pro women's field here for our next race of the day. They're doing 36 laps around Canary Wharf. Number 2 of the virtual BC Cup presented by Cabotics. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
I'll just start with introduce yourself, your name, age, and nationality.
My name's Nadia Gontova. I'm 20 and I'm Canadian.
And Nadia, which team were you racing for on RGT last weekend?
I was just going solo. I was not on a team.
Nice. So that must have made the dynamics of racing against some other teams on the course a little bit more interesting. Did you have a pre-race plan?
No, I'm not very experienced with e-racing, and all the other races I've done, I did a few races in a Zwift league in a like in the men's category. So coming into this one, I didn't really have a strategy other than trying to hold on and see what happens.
Amazing. And how did the plan work out for you? I see you got some pretty good results with a podium in there. So how did the race end up playing out?
Yeah, so this was my first RGT race. And I got two pieces of advice from my friend Laura, who's a big e-racer, and she told me to not get dropped at the start and practice on RGT. And I didn't practice on RGT, and I got dropped at the start. So then it definitely took a pretty big effort to catch back up to the pack, but I was super happy about that. And then I guess from there, I was just holding on to wheels for as long as I could. And so I guess that ended up working out well. So I was definitely happy. I was even happy just to finish, like what I told myself I'd be happy just to finish with somebody else. So I was definitely super happy with making the podium.
That's amazing. Now you say this is your first real experience on RGT. So what's the one key thing that surprised you the most about it?
I think drafting was a lot harder than I expected, and definitely different than Zwift. The first two laps of the race, I couldn't stop kind of surging off like the front and the back, just trying to get into the draft. So that was really different, but I think like once you get used to it, it's pretty manageable.
Right. So it's all about the in-game dynamics that you have to get used to.
Yeah.
Now, last quick question. You must have some ideas of what you'd like to improve for the up and coming next three races. So what's one goal that you've got for next Saturday?
I think my goal is just to like ride a bit smarter, not waste watts where I don't need to. And also maybe think about trying to make some moves or like play, I don't know, race the race instead of just sitting on wheels and hoping I do okay.
So you got to get yourself out there and then try some new tactics to see.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for quickly chatting to us this afternoon, Nadia. We hope to see you out there on the courses.
Yeah, thank you.
And welcome back. Pro Women up next at the virtual BC Cup. Brad Soner here with Ryan Cousineau as we get ready for the penultimate race of the day here, Ryan. After some awesome amateur racing earlier in the day, we just wrapped up our Category 2 and 3 men. Time for the pros. We had a chance to hear a little bit from Nadia Gantova there a little bit earlier, but I think first we got to talk about the winning name from week number 1. That, of course, is Jackie Godby, the dominant force in virtual racing, as she got another win for her resume on stop number 1 of the BC Cup. She is back for more, or we'll see, as we'll get a look at the front row here very shortly. But without a doubt, if Godby's here today, that's the name you got to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw her put on a clinic and just ride into the distance on the hilly course that we had in week 1. So she doesn't have any hills to activate her attack this time, but it remains to be seen whether she can get away and stay away from the field. We've got this lovely dead flat crit course today, the Canary Wharf. So 1 kilometer, essentially no elevation changes, based on a real roads in the city of London. Canary Wharf, named after the Canary Islands, which are, of course, named after the dogs that the Spaniards found there when they first arrived in those islands. So, very different tactics will be involved in today's race, but given how much power Jackie has, she's still got to be the woman to beat here. We do have some strong locals, though, that will absolutely give her a run for the money, and I think that, for example, Claire Cameron will find this course much better suited to her than the hilly course last week. She's got watts for days. She loves riding the track. This is going to be a course where she may be on slightly more even terms than Jackie Godby, but after we saw the power output from Jacqueline last week, I think we'll know in about 5 minutes, which is about 2 minutes to the race start and about 3 minutes for Jackie to show her initial power.
And you see Gantova up here at the front as well, getting ready in the mix as the riders start to join the line inside about 2 minutes to race start here.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we've got one other visiting rider here. Let's see. Oh, no. It's a tight field, but we've got some solid racers. Oh, yeah, but I do see Claire Cameron there. And we've got Angie Bonassisi. She's another fairly serious local rider, and she does a great deal to organize the sport as well. Looks like we've got Holly Larson racing for the excellently named Velocity Vixens team. In fact, we've got a couple of those teammates. So Anna Rogers, Holly Larson, and Angie Bonassisi all answer to the Velocity Vixens racing team.
Yeah, the Velocity Vixen kit, prominent, I'll say, in RGT. They have kind of a orange and purple look going on. They have very cool Velocity Vixen logo on the back. They got their kit all set up in RGT. So I think the orange helmet is probably the best way to pick out the Velocity Vixen riders. So as we get a little bit more separation here, once the race starts in 30 seconds from now, we'll start picking them out. But you're right. I think we're going to see the stars get to the front here pretty quickly. The real question is, how do the other riders play amongst each other? Because Jackie Godby is kind of in a league of her own here in the pro women's field. And so the other riders are going to be fighting for those last 2 podium spots, or 5 if you're or last 4 podium spots if you're a mountain biker. So we'll keep our eye on Godby on the front, but we're also going to be watching all the other battles out there, because a lot of times those are the ones to watch. Riders like Gantova can have really good rides on days like today, battling against other riders in this field, even if it's not at the front of the race.
Right, and we can't sleep on Pam Troyer. So Troyer was the only rider to stay with Godby for any amount of time in the first race, and it looks like she's made a big dig again. The one dynamic that might be changing here is there's going to be no hills for Godby to simply just ride away from her competitors on. And so you can see all these riders desperately trying to get on that wheel. Honestly, if any of them can even just hold Jacqueline's wheel for long enough to get away from the rest of the field, that might make their race. I mean, it's kind of a free podium position. Holly Larson in difficulty already. And it looks like she's got to close that gap or she will be in deep trouble. This pace is currently being set by Godby, so that is effectively the pace that Larson is having to ride at. So as soon as she gets capped, she doesn't have the opportunity to draft, and now she just has to be as strong and powerful as Jacqueline Godby is. And Godby is basically a world-class powerhouse. So, good luck, Holly. Dig deep. If you've got a sprint, now's the time to use it, because this is your race.
Yeah.
But she's 40 meters out, and that could be trouble. Oh, who's taking a little dig? It's Ribs Magendi. Fiona Magendi is off the front a little bit. Now Claire Cameron. So we're just watching this race activate, and again, the field is much more able to hang on to Godby's wheel on this flatter course. So we know she's the class of the field, but she can't just roll away from them on this crit course. I think that maybe her tour de force last week may have hinted to some of these riders, been a wake-up call that, hey, Godby cannot be allowed to get 5 meters off the front, because that will be the last time that you see her. Meanwhile, Godby is about 5 meters off the front. So we see another name there, that's Mallory McRosty, holding that wheel. She's another American rider coming from out of town.
And McCrosty out of Virginia in the Washington, D.C. area. Had her racing in the Echelon Racing League earlier this year, so she knows the RGT platform well. I love this helicopter shot over to the right. Looks like they have a spotlight following the riders.
That's right. This is
I don't think I've ever noticed this before. This might be a new ad for Canary Wharf. Pretty cool. It's like a police chase in L.A.
Yeah, sadly, we get very few police chase and spotlight helicopters up here in Vancouver. It's just, a tragic lack of modernity for us. But we're getting to experience it here in this virtual world. Spotlights, helicopter views, and we're getting some fantastic racing. I mean, this is a pack that a lot of these riders were there last week, and so they know exactly what is at stake right now. That Godby will, given any opportunity, ride into the distance with this race. So, wait a minute, is that? Oh no. So you can see all these riders going pretty hard. There's some big wattage numbers. Notice that this field, which is looking almost calm, is doing 47 kilometers an hour. So that's somewhere around the average pace of the Cat 2 men's race that we just saw, and that means that these riders are hammering.
I think Godby's going to play this crit a little different today. Looks like she might be letting off the gas a little bit to try to stay with the group, keep this group together as long as possible, because I'm really not seeing her like go to the front and go into the orange and red zone early on. This is her coming to the front right now, but she's doing it in the green and blue zone. So Godby really hasn't stepped on the gas yet. Maybe she's happy to just let this group roll around, have a chill race for once for Jackie Godby, where she doesn't have to be in the driver's seat from kilometer zero.
Yeah, it might be a tactical choice that she knows that any attacks that she executes will be chased down without mercy. So perhaps she's hoping that one of the other riders will try to activate this race and, get a little bit of weariness into these legs before she goes away. But I don't know if Godby wants this to come down to a sprint. Maybe you know better than I do whether she's got credible sprinting power in this field. I mean, she may actually be able to do one of those Cancellara-esque attacks that we talked about where, from 3K to go, if she ramps up to full speed, maybe that's all that she needs to do. Maybe sort of a sprint in slow motion. But
I'll tell you what I know about Jackie Godby sprinting. She's a triathlete.
Oh, I shouldn't laugh, but yeah, that says it all. For those of you maybe wondering why that's so funny. So triathletes are notoriously powerful riders simply because triathlons tend to effectively have a bicycle time trial in the middle of them, swim, bike, run. So as a result, what you get is riders who have enormous aerobic power, but if they ever did have a sprint, they've never trained it. So as a result, I will guess that Ms. Godby, future Dr. Godby, will be about as excited about a sprint finish as I would be about a 40-kilometer time trial.
Right. Now, that being said, Jackie Godby is also looking for, let's say, more exciting races to fulfill that race bug that she has. So Godby will absolutely toy with her food in a scenario like this, where if she can keep this group together and kind of have some fun sprinting against the group, Godby will do it. So I think that's probably what's happening here. I think Godby is not mercy ruling this group, but just trying to make this more fun for everyone, including Jackie Godby. Godby doesn't want to ride alone for another 32.6K any more than these riders want Godby to go solo away for the next 32K. So I think Godby is happy to kind of sit in a little bit today and enjoy racing the crit.
That's true, but I mean, all these other riders have to be thinking about Jackie Godby as the Chekhov's gun of bike racing, right? You see it there on the mantelpiece in the first act of the play, and you know that it's going to go off before the end. So everybody else, even when Godby is not doing something, she is living rent-free inside of the heads of all these other racers.
Right.
I don't mean that in a bad way.
Right. The looming figure of Jackie Godby, let's call it, up at the front. Now, riders like Bonacisi, McCrosty, they've all raced against Jackie Godby a significant number of times, enough that they would know her riding style as well as I do, because I think just about every race Godby's done, Bonacisi or McCrosty has been in there as well in the Echelon Racing League. So riders like that know Jackie Godby. They're going to know, okay, I'll just follow Jackie's wheel when she tries to go off. But again, when Jackie Godby goes, it's almost impossible. It's like trying to jump on a moving train, right? You're trying to hold on to a rocket ship at that point. So the experienced riders know it's not that easy to just say, I'll just follow her wheel, not if, but when she goes. So Godby is kind of flipping the script here today by not going. I mean, she's... for everyone who came up with the plan after last week of just follow Jackie Godby, well, early on, at least so far, that plan not working out real well because Jackie Godby's not doing much today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult challenge. The game theory here for a lot of these riders has to be, well, we're 6 kilometers in and I still haven't been dropped by Jackie Godby, so that counts as a win for her in a way.
Right.
And you can see Godby is clearly being leisurely here. She does not have much fear of getting counterattacked by this group, so she's sitting at the back. She's not doing much work. She's content to let these riders ride, or is she? So just as I say,
just look at the
she
power. I think that's
surges to the front.
You can't argue with the data, right? And so we're always going to be looking at these power bars, the power numbers. And when you see Godby in the green-yellow zone right here, I mean, she could be riding in the, like, yellow-orange zone for a majority of the day today. She just hasn't yet. You see her responding to the move here, but then she lets off really quickly to stay in the group. So we're definitely not seeing Jackie Godby's full potential yet. Now, that means she's going to have more left in the tank, obviously, later on in the race, whenever she decides to start laying the power down and splitting the group. So this is interesting for me because I very rarely get to see Jackie Godby race this way. I very rarely get to see her race tactically. Normally, she uses her extreme power to win in that way. In other words, she knows how to time trial to a win, but she's definitely racing this crit like a crit. So it's going to be interesting racing today from Jackie Godby.
Yeah, we saw a little attack there activating the group a few moments ago from Mallory McCrosty, so certainly credit to her. She's not at all intimidated by the class of this field. The race pace is not low. These riders are quote-unquote cruising around at 40, 44 kilometers an hour. That's a real race pace, and it's a credit to these riders that they are just hanging in, watching wheels. And there's a lot of very smart, canny racing going on here. This is... not saying this is the warm-up, but this is like the early rounds of a boxing match. These riders are just feeling each other out. Whoa, wait. Did you notice all those red numbers just show up?
I did.
I think this race just got a little serious.
Yeah, seemingly all at once as Rogers, Godby, and Gontova up on the front. I think we're the trio that start to lift the tempo here. So again, watch the back. Now, you see that big gap back to Larson at 880 whatever meters back right now. So bonus CC sitting at the back of the group right now. You're really looking for a rider to a new gap to develop at the back when a surge like that goes. That's what I'm always watching, that leaderboard to the left side, trying to use those distance numbers to see if anybody's getting gapped off the back or anyone's getting dropped out of the group, because that's really been the slow, steady burn story of these crits, where it's riders getting dropped off the back instead of something like a group of 2 or 3 splitting off the front, let's say. So just another way to watch the racing if you're a numbers person.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a pretty strong field. I mean, I know a lot of these names. You know, if anybody from this front group of 7 now ends up, or group of 8 rather, ends up falling off the back, it'll only because the pace has gone absolutely berserk. Again, this isn't what we'd call a selective course in bike racing, right? Without a hill, you can't just sort of execute on all the power or all the watts per kilo numbers and float away from your competitors. They can, as soon as you attack, they can draft. Oh, and here goes Jackie. She has decided to activate this race and see how everybody's legs are feeling. And she gets an immediate response, but there's almost a caution to the racing right now. I think that you joked earlier about Godby playing with her, playing with this race, and I mean, little gentle attacks like that. I think she's feeling out these riders, seeing what she can do. You know, it's classic racing, and you would see this sort of thing in a real race too, right? That Godby may or may not be confident of her ability to just simply ride away from this field quite yet. She's not wanting to burn matches needlessly, but she does want to keep the pace up, right? Because I think that the issue right now is at 40 kilometers an hour, Godby is nose breathing. And,
yeah.
You know, so she's not putting herself in a whole lot of difficulty, but she might look at all those red numbers again. Oh, it's Godby and Troyer deciding to activate this race right now. Pam Troyer, we gave her the Combativity Award last week because this architect native to Vancouver was the rider who hung with Godby the longest at the start of the race. Godby did a very early attack in the last race, and Pam Troyer was able to hang on to her for more kilometers than anybody else in that field, that's for sure. So Pam's another one of the good, strong riders here. She races online for the Velocity Vixens, but I believe in real life she's been a long time competitor with the Mighty Cycling team. Mighty is a local club that is sponsored by the local Mighty Riders bike shop and run by long-time elder statesman of the local racing scene, Ed, who owns that shop and is also a great supporter of local bike racing, both through the club and through race support, mechanical support at a lot of our races. And away goes Godby. Godby's off the front. She's making everybody else's numbers go red. Everybody else is counterattacking. And here we go. 10 kilometers in, basically at the quarter mark of this race. She's just testing legs.
Yep. Godby making it interesting for this group. Kind of feeling them out, seeing how everyone's feeling, seeing what kind of impact it has as we go back to the police chase view.
And let's keep an eye out on Rogers. I saw her falling off a little bit. I don't know if she's regained the group or not, but that was Anna Rogers was slightly gapped in that last attack. Has she regained the field? I think she must have made it back, but it looks like we still have a group of 7 there. They're just ticking out the kilometers. Let's see, little effort.
Good time.
Look at Gontova.
Yep.
Gives a little dig, but maybe that was just a ride for pack position. Yeah, Gontova seems to be putting in a fair bit of work considering her pack position. Oh! Look at this. Looks like Mallory McCrosty and Jacqueline Godby are going to go for another one.
Nice.
And
Oh yeah, that's causing
very
some
credible.
big problems behind them. 4, 5, 6, and it's like Majendi getting split back in 7th. Gontova into the red zone to try to cover it. Bonacisi doing a nice job, riding smart here. Exactly where she needs to be to cover the move. Great riding there. And they're going to be right back together here.
That's right.
Where's that nickname
let's see if
come
Majendi
from?
makes it back. Yeah, that's... Oh, Ribs Majendi. She's so named by her teammates for multiple rib breaks. She's a fantastic strong racer. She's a Pickle Juice teammate. But yeah, she got the gap, and I'm not sure what's going on. She's not putting on a lot of watts, so I suspect something more technical. Either that or she is just... That last dig was finally reached her red line, and she's popped. But she's a pretty strong rider. To see her numbers fall off that quickly, I suspect that either she was in a lot more difficulty than I expected, or else she may have had some sort of technical problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say a dropout is probably the most likely scenario here. Jackie Godby, though, has a 5G hotspot going. No problem with her connection here. I guess she got the vaccine.
Yeah, she paid for her 5 bars, and she is using all of them right now as she executes yet another attack. Yeah, but she is quickly countered by Bonacisi and Mallory McCrosty. And there's Nadia Gontova, again, the rider that we heard from at the start. And I see Claire Cameron, also known as Splinter to her friends, also known as Groot, because whenever you ask Claire Cameron how she's doing, she says, "I am fine."
Like Groot. What about the Splinter part, though?
Well, yes. So apparently Claire managed to find a telephone pole on a training ride. So that's the kind of thing that bike racers being cruel, they will never let you forget. I have insider knowledge that the result is now that telephone poles are routinely called out on the group rides. So don't worry, Claire. In my experience, an event like that, you probably won't have to live that down for more than a decade or two before people forget.
I'm glad I don't ride with this group. I'd be known as like Ditch or Collarbone or something, the way I ride.
We've got a technical report that says that apparently Anna Rogers has dropped out, so she's turned in her numbers. I can't remember. I think she was... I'm not sure if she was with this lead group or if she was an early casualty, but no, I don't think she was. I think she was with this lead group, so I think she's just had a technical problem.
Yeah, I think she lost connection. The other problem is once you lose connection, you can't get back into the race. When you get kicked out of the race, once the race has started, new riders can't join the race on RGT, so you can't get back in once you're out, basically. I guess there would be a way to give them a free lap in the virtual world, but yeah, once a rider gets kicked out of the app or loses connection, whatever the issue is, that's it. There's no getting back into the race. Even if you are going to be appropriately timed down once you end that connection, that's it. No more riders in there. So bummer to lose Anna Rogers out there today. We hope to see her back for week 3. Maybe find somewhere with a better connection. Get back to it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's always next week. I mean, and just like in real racing, you occasionally have casualties that are nobody's fault at all. You know. So, you know, an awkward mechanical, you know, a bump-up crash that takes you out, you know, or in the world of virtual racing, a network glitch that you've never experienced before. But
right.
Whatever the cause, we're down to 6.
And sometimes it's completely beyond your control. Did a race a few weeks ago with Frankie Andreu as my commentary partner. About halfway through, completely dropped out. And we were like, oh, Frankie, come on, man. You got to get better internet. Blah, blah, blah. And turns out there's an AT&T truck parked outside of his house. They had been working on some fiber internet in the area and turns out cut it to a number of houses, and he was part of that. So even the best preparation in the virtual world sometimes doesn't go your way.
I guess that's why you have two commentators. There's a backup one. It's sort of leave one on the team car, right?
Right.
We wouldn't want to leave poor Damon Bates here doing this race all on his own. For those of you who don't know, Damon is our UK-based editor and mixer and everything else, so that all that Brad and I have to do is watch the race and talk about bike racers. So if you think this racing looks awfully lovely, that's all Damon's work.
Yeah, check out ZMS live stream on Facebook. They have a bunch of virtual races that Damon hosts for a bunch of groups, a bunch of different organizations throughout the year. And I broadcast all of those on their Facebook. I know I like to watch on Twitch, trying to get with the kids on the new platform. So I've been trying to watch more content on Twitch recently, Ryan. That's where esports live. So trying to get on board with that. Get off MySpace and get onto Twitch.
Well, it's good to see that you're plunging headlong into the 21st century there, Brad. Glad to hear it. As we have exited the first act of our little 3-act bike race, 15 kilometers down, 21 to go. And if this was a play, I think we would call it Waiting for Godby.
Yeah.
She is sitting there. We know she is going to arrive. It's not as Beckett wrote it, but it's just a question of when and in what form. But meanwhile, she is content to sit in that field. It is now down to a group of 6. We've got poor Ribs Magenda digging it out, but she's in danger of being lapped. We may actually see her on screen pretty soon. And then we've got 5 other riders besides Jacqueline Godby. We've got Angie Bonacici, Mallory McCrosty, Nadia Gontova, Pam Troyer, Claire Cameron. I think I've got all of them there. So they're just sitting, waiting, watching. Oop, little spike in the wattage. So
you heard in that interview with Gontova before we started today, she was like, didn't really have a plan first race, and I don't really have a plan for the second race either. I think that's actually the right way to approach these races because they're so dynamic. Anything can happen. If you try and set a plan and say, like, I'm going to get into a breakaway or I'm going to make the move at 20K to go or something like that, that's unrealistic to try and have a plan and stick to a plan like that coming into the race. So you can paint with broad strokes when you try to come up with a plan on RGT, but as Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. And so that might be the right play on a day like today, especially with a wild card like Jackie Godby, who's really able to dictate what happens in this race. It might be pointless to try to come up with a plan with riders like this on a course like this. So nice to see that Gontova is rolling with the punches here today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're watching Fiona Magendi. She's actually reintegrating with the pack, but just be aware she's 1 kilometer down. So that's a lapped rider. She'll be able to continue riding, and I'm sure she's very glad to be back in this field for the exercise. But if you see Magendi's name, just understand that she won't be figuring in the final results. So, but good on her for continuing to ride this out. That'll allow us to give her further ribbing as we see her name pop up on our screen. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, we've got Jackie Godby. Just keep calling that name.
This looks like Jackie Godby is almost literally putting on a clinic today because you'll just see her kind of drift up to the front like she's giving instructions to the group and then kind of drifts back in to set tempo. So, yeah, all eyes on Godby here. I will say McCrosty has a pretty good sprint on her. I think McCrosty is a decent finisher. So, might have a shot if she can keep Godby within striking distance at the finish. And here go Godby and McCrosty today.
Ooh, yeah, that is a very dangerous attack. And I see Gontova and Cameron trying to trace that down. And are they going to make contact? Gontova and Cameron are strong. They might be able to make this group of 4. And I know that Angie Bonacici here is riding for her life, but she is closing that gap.
Nice job, Angie. Bravo. And now
there's
Troyer
Pam
trying to get up there. Come on, Pam.
I know she will she will dig until she explodes, but she's got to dig it. This is her race. Come on, Pam, you can do it. Show those mighty, mighty cycling legs. Use the power of pickle juice. That's her.
That's right.
I think that's her new team.
Well,
for
a lot
this
of
year.
this. A lot of this is going to have to do with the response of that front group of 5 here as well. If they let off just a little bit, that'll be all Troyer needs to get back in here. And I think she might be waiting for that moment. See how she's sitting in the kind of blue-green zone right here? I'm wondering if she's kind of looking for an opportunity, but that window is starting to shrink as that gap gets bigger and bigger.
I fear the window has closed. She's moving at about 32 kilometers an hour versus a lead field that is descending through the fast part of this course at almost 50, and seem to be pretty steadily pacing at 40. So I fear that we have to list Pam Troyer as another casualty of war here. And then there were 5. So we're looking at this lead group. Actually, is it 5? Yeah, it is. So we've still got Guntova, Bonacisi, Cameron, McCrosty, and of course Jackie Godby. And I think that if you see, I think we'll see 6. No, I don't see Fiona Magendi. She's actually been redropped, so she's now about 1.3k behind. She'll probably join up with Pam Troyer, and they'll likely ride it home. So we now have a very solid, steady group of 5. We're at pretty much the halfway mark of this race. And we're looking at Fiona Magendi. She's well off the back now, so she's about 1.2k. She'll be, as we said, probably... Troyer is still only about 200 meters back, but I think that Magendi is effectively ahead of her on the road, virtually speaking. But we'll worry about that later, because the real race is here at the front with these front 5 riders still being led around by Jacqueline Godby, still maintaining a nice solid 40 plus kilometers an hour. That's a pace that indicates to me that Godby is just sort of willing to dictate the pace never falls too low here, and that just inhibits anybody sort of aggressively counterattacking her. If this field was lolling around at 35 kilometers an hour, somebody might be jumping off the front and, trying to catch someone napping, but when this race is doing 40 kilometers an hour, it becomes a very different proposition to try and attack the field. Look at this attack. Credit here to the riders. There is not much respect being paid for Godby right now. I'm seeing legit attacks. She is having to follow wheels all of a sudden, so I don't know if they're going to make anything out of it, but these folks are not just going to live in fear of Jacqueline Godby's well-earned reputation.
And it's nice to see Godby sort of participating in this different style of racing. Like I said, I do think she kept this race together on purpose early on to have a little bit more action, to make the racing a little bit more fun, because Godby probably could, in theory, time trial away from these riders just fine on, let's say, an hour-long circuit like this. She'd be able to just hold the wattage in a place that would be untouchable for the other riders, but Godby trying to have a little bit of action out there today, and it's paying off. Remember, this group has dropped 2 riders. Troyer, the most recent casualty, and then
that's right.
saw Magendi earlier, about a kilometer and a half down now.
So you've seen Godby race in an awful lot of events, and I think you'd mentioned earlier that she tends to be a rider who attacks from the front and rides away. Have you seen her, on sort of this kind of flat course, just TTing away before?
Yeah, she raced some crits in the Echelon Racing League. There weren't as many crits as there were road races, and I think most of the races that she's done on Zwift have been, longer format road races. Obviously, in the build-up to things like the Esports World Championships, she was focusing on courses that more mimic that course. So not a ton of virtual criterium racing, I'll say, for Jackie Godby, but yeah, for the most part, she's tried on criteriums, and she's succeeded, I'll say. On a lot of days, she was able to just solo away off the front on an RGT crit. So it's possible she can do it. But I think this is a choice not to. Or maybe it's just an off day. Maybe there's 1,000 things going on in Jackie Godby's life right now, and every one of those could affect virtual racing in some way. So guess you never know when you come to the start line.
Oh, indeed. Well, she's certainly making a race of it for whatever reason right now, and we're down to 16 kilometers left, so that'll be a mere 16 laps to go. I think we're still seeing some pretty solid racing. I mean, just look at the pace. We're consistently rolling around at 40 kilometers an hour. They're going a little quicker here as they go through the dip on the course. And Godby's putting in another dig. He's keeping these riders super honest. Look at all those red numbers, Brad. There's a lot of living rooms, and there's going to be a lot of screaming in those living rooms right now.
Godby
probably don't
dimming.
have any breath to scream.
Yeah, exactly. Struggling for breath to try. They're virtually screaming. They're pounding on the keyboard right now. All caps.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get some very pointed texts from some of my friends in this field that will probably say things like
Yeah, exactly.
but probably a fairly accurate representation of their interior monologue.
I'll tell you, for a while in the Echelon Racing League, we tried to listen in on the riders' Discord channels because a lot of the teams were using Discord to communicate, which turns out is about 1% communication and 99% heavy breathing. So it's not as informing as you would think listening in on the team communications. Cool first-person view here on board. So this is what Jackie Godby would be seeing on her screen. A lot of riders, Ryan, have been using this first-person view to try and minimize some of the surging and stuff that happens. They call it the washing machine effect in virtual racing, where you're like kind of surging from the back to get up to the front, but then you overcompensate, so you let off the gas, and that causes you to go to the back, and you're just kind of constantly going back and forth. That happens a lot when riders are in that third-person view and are trying to sort of match the speed of their avatar to the other riders. But a lot of riders recently have been using just this view because it kind of locks you in. You don't see as much going on around you. So, for example, you're not trying to telephone a rider coming up behind you. If you see them surging from the back, you don't surge too. So this view has become popular for riders that are trying to kind of calm down the racing a little bit.
Oh, that's a really interesting choice. I mean, I would be afraid of losing some of the peripheral vision, but I can certainly see the advantages in terms of keeping your race, as it were, calmer and avoiding some of that sort of overreaction.
Right. Yeah, like right here, you see Godby surging up to the front. It would be easy for a rider like Bonacisi or whatever to see that rider coming and then step on the gas themselves. And that's where you get these really, lumpy power meter profiles throughout the race. But that first-person view kind of helps to eliminate some of that by not being able to see what's behind you, so you don't try and jump on it, compensate for it.
Yeah. We're certainly seeing these riders. They're riding fairly smoothly. They're kind of within themselves, and I think there's a couple of reasons for that. It's a small group, so virtual or real, it's relatively easy to keep yourself organized and in the position that you want. We know that there's sort of one rider who is the danger woman here. Speaking of danger, she's decided to express some danger.
Mm-hmm.
I think her 4 chasers are feeling a lot of fear right now, so they're expressing that fear in a quick surge of wattage, but they get back on that wheel. But, I mean, that's the kind of test that's just got to be demonstrating to Godby that, okay, so she has the measure of this group as they pass through the start-finish once again. They're 13.4 kilometers remaining, so I think that'll equate to just around 13 laps to go. It's just surge and nap, surge and nap. So 13K to go. I wonder if Godby's going to try and trust her sprint, or if she wants to, or if she's chosen that she's going to try to select this field out sooner than the sprint distance. Because if she chooses the former, I think that she's very close to the danger, to the red zone, where she would start doing those attacks. Bonacisi takes her turn at the front. Claire Cameron, always there. Godby, content to follow wheels for a moment. Yeah. noticed it seems a characteristic effect of it for Nadia Gontova that maybe it's a lack of experience or something. She seems to be going rapidly into the red zone pretty routinely, even while she's sitting at the back of the field. I wonder if that just reflects that, as she says, she's pretty darn green when it comes to bike racing, and she's having a little... Oh, look at all those red numbers, Brad. It looks like we're having another attack by Godby.
Yeah, I see the surging that you're talking about with Gontova. It's kind of all or nothing for her. Maybe that's just the riding style. She likes to coast as much as she can, and maybe she's just either red or 100 or nothing on the power meter. So I'd be interested to see. You can see up in the top left of the corner, depending on the rider that we're following. Right now we're following Angie Bonacisi. The sort of graph that you see up there shows their power for the last couple minutes. Right now it's showing the wattage drafting screen, but when you see that sort of line graph, that shows their power meter readings. And so I'd be interesting to see Gontova's and see if it spikes more than the other riders, if it has higher highs and lower lows.
Yes, indeed. However she's managing it, everybody is following wheels. Okay, that looks like that's Pam Troyer has rejoined our group. So again, she's 1K down. She's been lapped already, but she'll sit in and follow some wheels here for a while, get a good workout, get a good feel for this field. I'm sure she'll be back and loaded for bear next week. We were talking in some of the earlier races about how these riders manage weight, and I actually asked one of the riders if he'd show me what one of the weigh-in videos looks like. He said he didn't want to expose his bathroom to that much of the world, so fair enough. We won't name the rider that declined that. We'll just use a pseudonym, so we'll call him Matt U. Maybe that gives away too much. We'll call him M. Usborne. Anyways. But the weigh-in process is actually fairly sophisticated, and it really doesn't allow for much leeway for weight doping, as people will call it. That is, that the riders have a fairly specific protocol that involves including a newspaper or a current news broadcast in the video so that they're showing that it actually happened on the day of. It includes using a separate weight that shows that the scale is managing both. The scale is showing the weight deltas properly, so it's not being miscalibrated or tweaked in some other way. And the result is that you've got a fair degree of trust that the weights that are being reported into the game are in fact the weights that the riders are actually stepping onto the bicycle with. And that matters, especially on the hillier courses, because the model depends on using your weight as part of the determinant of essentially your watts per kilogram, and given the physics models, how fast you go up and down hills. Weight matters a little bit less on a dead flat course like this, but nonetheless, that's the kind of details that go into making sure that even though these riders are widely separated, all in the comfort of their own living room, that we're making sure that we've got fair and fun bike racing for everyone.
Yeah, and then the other side of that is the accuracy of the power. The riders will calibrate their power meters. There's a certain process that you use, as sort of a spin-up test to make sure that the wattage that you're producing is accurately read by a power meter. It can vary sometimes based on things like heat, how often the trainer has been used. Sometimes it has a drift in the power, so they calibrate those. Then they also do power testing on themselves to make sure that their individual numbers are accurate, to make sure the FTP is accurate. And then at the end of the day, if the league officials in most of these high-level virtual races ask, the riders have to be able to produce what's called dual power files. So they have to record on two separate devices, and those power files have to match, so that if you were to try and alter one power file, you would have to perfectly alter the second one, and they can see the discrepancy there between two power files. If you were altering, let's say, the one that was going into the game, obviously that same altering wouldn't show up on the secondary power file that needs to be recorded. So it goes deep in the virtual racing world. They're not messing around in terms of accuracy and fairness, integrity of competition in a lot of these virtual racing leagues. Godby again. surge in just a little bit. McCrosty has consistently been the one that's been able to follow her. And then Claire Cameron sitting in third, I would say third favorite out here today, able to cover that. Here comes Angie Bonacisi, hanging tough all day today. Great riding from Angie and the Velocity Vixen team out here as we go.
Nice attack.
Just outside 9K to go here. And all these riders have made it into the Jackie Godby group. They can be proud of that at 9K to go.
That's right. We're past the three-quarter mark of this race. My math, well, math is hard. I don't think that's quite true, but we're close to the three-quarter mark of this race. This is the realm in which long attacks might still be considered. You know, we've talked about Godby's ability to ride away from this race. It'll be interesting to see whether she determines that she's going to try a really serious all-out attack at this point, or whether she's decided to keep her powder dry and try out a sprint for a change. But she's brought her friends with her. She's got 5 riders here, and they are all still in it to win it. Going back, we'll check in with those riders. It's Godby, Bonacisi, Gontova, Cameron, and McCrosty. So of those, Mallory McCrosty is another American coming up and visiting our virtual world. So we have this, you know, supposedly BC-based bike race, which happens to be taking place in virtual London and features riders from across the world. We had a South Korean racing in our race earlier this morning, and now we've got Mallory McCrosty and Jackie Godby from America racing against the local riders like Claire Cameron, Angie Bonacisi, and Nadia Gontova. They have ticked down the kilometers now. We're down to 8 kilometers to go. So I'll be just around 8 laps left. Everybody's watching everybody else. They're on the climbing section, so this 35 kilometers an hour that they were doing there was pretty credible nonetheless. But this group is, I would say this group is being a little bit cautious right now. Speed haven't fallen that much, but they're content to follow wheels at the moment.
Yeah, not much else you can do right now. I mean, I think at this point everyone's pretty much waiting until this either an attack comes inside the last 2K, 3K, or it comes down to a sprint. Not much going to happen, I think, between 8 and 2K to go.
Yeah, and we'll wait and watch to see what the speeds do during that period. If they fall too much, I don't think the Godby will allow that. I don't think she wants to be sort of sitting around and finding out whether somebody else wants to activate this race. And she's gone red right now, so maybe this is a something. Godby goes to the front. She's put everybody into the red. I guess she wanted to pick up the pace there a little bit. As quickly as she attacks, she eases back. Yeah. I've had cats before, and I've seen this behavior. You know, get a good cat toy, you don't want to kill it all at once.
Right.
I fear that may be what Jackie Godby is doing to the cat toys that are the other 4 riders in this field. But you never know. Better riders
might be with you on that one.
Yeah. You never know, though, because better riders than Godby have been caught looking when somebody goes for a daring attack that should never work. So we shall see how this race turns out, but we are down to 7 kilometers remaining. We have this Gruppo Compacto of 5 riders at the front, every one of them watching each other. Pace now is about 35 kilometers an hour, which is, I think, a slight flagging from what we were seeing earlier in the race. So I think it has gotten down to, as you suggested, a waiting game now. And just continuing to tick out the miles here. And we're seeing it down to 6.5, same group composition. Everybody's watching, everybody's looking for position. It's a group of 5. If this comes down to, we've talked about how Godby basically has near sprint capability in a purely aerobic capacity, but the other riders that I would pay close attention to there, Claire Cameron and well, honestly probably just Claire Cameron. I don't know McCrosty's sprint, but Cameron is a very experienced trackie, and she's done a lot of crits in her day, so I'm not saying Godby is in danger. I'm saying that if Godby ends up bringing this field to the 1 kilometer mark, that things may get interesting.
Well, things are already interesting having a group this big with 6 kilometers to go and Jackie Godby in it. We're rarely treated to a group that's able to stay with Godby until this late in the race. We were talking about Mallory McCrosty, sort of unsure on her where she stands on sprinting. She's a good sprinter, not a great sprinter. Maybe the biggest factor will be the fact that she was out doing VO2 efforts earlier today. I saw her post on Instagram this morning. She was out riding with Frank Cundiff, who I think might be in our pro men's race later on today. But this is the second effort of the day for Mallory McCrosty. So she's into ride number 2 after VO2 efforts outside this morning, doing some virtual racing inside this afternoon on the East Coast.
She's doing an awfully credible job for somebody who's already put in a bunch of efforts this morning, so chapeau to her. This may be a training ride, but it's clearly a training ride she is taking quite seriously. And meanwhile, we see Godby go to the front and attack again. This is starting to look more serious to me, because now we're at the 5 kilometer to go mark. She's putting everybody into the red, but again, she eases off pretty quickly. So maybe she just wanted to get that pace up to 40 kilometers again. As we pass under the banner, 5.2k to go. Should be 5 laps. And away goes our merry group. They're going up the climb, so their speeds will drop slightly right now, but as the course flattens out, we'll see what their true pace is. But looking at the power numbers, this is a relatively relaxed mode for these riders. Again, it's become a waiting game, and now we're at the 5 kilometer to go mark, so wow. Godby continuing to hold serve at the front of the race. Take a peek. But the clock is beginning to run out on this race, and that starts to narrow what kind of strategies will work in terms of the win. I mean, for example, if you try and strike out on a solo attack at 4.6 kilometers to go, it's going to be a truly epic move. You'd be having to escape an awful lot of chasing riders. But Godby has decided to try doing exactly that. Look at her numbers again, Brad. She's gone red line, and she is pulling away from this field until she's not. It's just
Well, a little split, though. And that might be all Godby's trying to do here. I think you'd have to be crazy to try and challenge Godby in a long-range attack here. I mean, to try and start something, only follow Godby, I guess, is what I would be advising in this situation. Because if you try and take Godby on a 4-kilometer ride to the line, she's going to beat you 99 times out of 100. So either take it down to a sprint, contain Godby, try and sit in and keep it together, or just follow the wheel and hope that you can outsprint her at the end if you hold on the entire time. But I would not be working for Jackie Godby, wouldn't be helping to try and get a split going at this point at all, because that's going to end badly for you up against Jackie Godby.
Yeah, you know what this last 4 kilometers is going to remind us a little bit of? It's going to look a bit like a Kieran race. For those viewers who have never seen one on the track, a Kieran is a motor-paced race where literally a motorcycle is riding around the velodrome in front of the riders for the first half of this very short race. And I think that right now these riders are treating Jackie Godby as their own private motor pace, which is, all right, they're sitting on that wheel. They know that one way or another the victory is going to have to come by coming around that wheel. And so they're more or less content to let Godby dictate the start of the sprint, or at least the start of the attack. And we see McCrosty taking a quick dig at the front. We're now into 3.2 kilometers to go. These speeds, they're going to cover that distance in about 5 minutes, I think. Maybe a little less even. Pace is picking up a bit here. Godby still looking incredibly comfortable. And again, we're seeing that surge and sag from Nadia Gontova. I keep seeing her going into the red line and coming back out. But yeah, maybe it works for her. She hasn't shown any great difficulty. I don't think she's been having trouble following wheels or getting gapped out of this group. She's been holding pace all day. 2.5 to go coming up. So we're getting down to the short straws.
Yeah, the fact that Gontova is still here riding this surging style that she has been today tells me that this is a pretty incredible natural talent. I mean, there's some pretty strong raw strength here for Gontova to be able to ride. I don't want to say inefficiently this way, but certainly the only rider, or seems to be riding in a unique style to the others in this group. But like you said, just seems to be redlining more than anybody else in this group, but she's still here. So it's working. I wouldn't change it.
Speaking of redline, we saw the whole field get strung out on Godby's wheel, but just as quick as that, she's relaxed the pace again, so they're going to come around. 2 kilometers to go, and they're going to go under the finish line banner. So that will be 2 laps. This is their penultimate lap, as we like to say. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Gontova's watts per kilo numbers look like, her average watts per kilo at the end of the race, and see if she really was doing a lot more work than the other riders. The data will out. Nadia, if you're listening to this race commentary, well, first of all, pay attention because the bike race is about to end. But second of all, if you want to hit us up with a direct message and show us what your power file is, or tell us about what was going on in this race for you, we'd love to hear. But we're at about 1.5K to go. They're gonna come through the finish banner about 500 meters, and that's gonna be their bell lap. And one way or another, it's all happening, Brad. It's all about to happen.
Yeah, Godby's not going to get away. I think this does come down to a sprint today. If anything, Godby maybe finds separation in the last couple corners. That's my prediction. But I think they'll mostly stay together here as they round the next 2 corners going to the banner for 1 lap to go.
Guess who's going into the red zone, Brad? Looks like it's Jacqueline Godby. She's decided to activate this race. She will be going through the finish banner with Angie Bonacici coming over the top here to take the lead. But the group is still all together. Again, we've got 5 riders on the lead lap. We've got a few others. I think Troyer and Magendi are still in this group, 1 lap down, but they won't figure in the final results. Final kilometer, final lap. Bonacici to the front. Gontova doing what she does, going red and green alternately. Jackie Godby, second wheel, catbird seat. She has a lot of watts. Claire Cameron sitting 4th wheel. Cameron moving up. Gontova moving up. 700 meters to go. I'm going to guess the all-out sprint has to start somewhere between here and about 300 meters at latest. I don't think this will be a super sharp, short sprint, although it depends on what Godby dictates.
Still not there. Everyone's still in green and yellow zones here. Gontova trying to get up to the front as she goes into the red zone, albeit briefly. Godby steady as a rock. 350 watts right here up on the front. It's about 5.3 watts per kilo for Godby, and everybody holding on to it as they're going to hit the final 2 turns here at 250 meters to go. McCrosty and Cameron able to respond to this split heading into the corner. Now Godby lets off a little bit. McCrosty stays on the gas. Here goes Gontova trying to sprint through the corner. That's not going to work either. So this will come down to a 4-up sprint to the line. Godby surges up the left side. McCrosty going to hold on for second. Gontova for third. And Claire Cameron will come across the line in 4th as Godby gets another one at the Virtual BC Cup.
Yeah, she activated Godby mode there right at the end. I thought she left it too late, honestly. I saw her at 200 meters to go, still not quite going into the red zone, but that's a clinic in doing exactly the amount of sprint work that you need to do. So, chapeau to Jacqueline Godby. She won that race in a very stylish fashion, and she did a lot of work doing it. So, We'd asked about whether Nadia Gontova was riding efficiently. I don't know if I can say that, but look at her watts per kilo. She did as little work as anybody else in that group of 5. So whatever else was happening for Gontova in that race, she took home 3rd place, so nice sprint, and she did as little work as anybody else on average.
At 4.2 watts per kilo for Godby. Surprising how close these watts per kilo are. A lot of times you see big gaps in the work being done, but it looks like just about everyone locking in at somewhere between 4 and 4.2 watts per kilo as Godby, McCrosty, and Gontova go 1, 2, and 3. Claire Cameron and Angie Bonacisi rounding out the wide-angle podium for our top 5. Still a few riders out there to finish. So we'll see if we can watch some more go in, although not sure if they're going to finish the entire distance. And then getting ready for our pro men's race coming up a little over 30 minutes from now. So we'll probably take a little break here in between our pro women and pro men. I think we got some videos. We can try and meet some of the riders getting ready to participate in our final race of the day with a 12 o'clock Pacific start time, which, again, about 35 minutes from right now. Those guys scheduled for 40 laps as we wrap up the pro women's race here in the virtual BC Cup presented by Kubotic. So, Ryan, let's take a step back here as we wrap up our pro women and get ready for the pro men. We'll be back, let's say, 10 minutes before our pro men start. So, about 20 minutes from now, we'll resume coverage of the virtual BC Cup presented by Kubotics.
Campbell Parish, Above and Beyond Cancer, presented by Bike World. I'm 16. I've been racing bikes since I was about 8 years old. I'd like to say I'm an all-rounder because I like to do all the disciplines: track, road, cross-country, mountain bike, occasionally some enduro. I'm a bit of a taller guy, around 6'4", 6'5", so I do like my time trials, but you know, I just like to do it all. I just like to be competitive because I have some more experience on RGT, and I'd like to give the elite riders in BC a challenge.
Fiona Magendi, Red Truck, Canada. Started biking about 18 months ago. I do love climbing, especially longer climbs. Working on the higher end power, sprinting still got some ways to go. I'd really like to see if I can improve my sort of racing on virtual platforms. RGT looks pretty interesting. I know there are different technical things that you have to be aware of, but then also working with a team and see if I can work on some of my strengths and then help out the team that I'm on, try and get some wins there.
I'm John Heimlein. I'm 31 years old and I race for Project Echelon based out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I've been in real life racing for about 5.5, 6 years now. I'd love to call myself an all-arounder. I'm a little on the bigger side, so definitely more of a sprinter. In the esports world, I've definitely have grown, really trying to finish it out strong. Definitely trying to shoot for a couple results here before the end of the esports season.
Manu Moore. I'm racing for Cannondale. I'm 16. I've been racing bikes for a while, since I was, I think, 11. I would say I'm more of a climber. I'm not amazing at very steep climbs, but very long, gradual climbs like Seymour, Cypress, I'm pretty good at, yeah. I can do a bit of GC if the time trials aren't very long. Time trials are not my strength. Doing decent in GC and doing well in climbs.
I'm Oliver Dowd. I'm 24 years old, racing for Restart Racing. My riding strength is uphill sprinting, and when it comes to watts per kilo, anything like a minute and under is kind of my wheelhouse.
Peter Olenichek. I am 28 years old. I am in Minnesota, United States of America, and I race for Project Echelon Racing. Most people would consider me an all-rounder, primarily because I have some pretty decent time trialing abilities, pretty decent sprint abilities, but also, have the ability to make the breakaway, sprint from the breakaway, and be a pretty all-around versatile rider. My goal is to ride more efficiently and had a couple 4th place finishes, looking to make the podium.
Randy Reichart with Above and Beyond Cancer, powered by Bike World, and I am the ripe age of 40. I started in my late 20s when I was in college. That was about 19 years ago. I like short, punchy courses. Circuits are my favorite because you can really kind of play out different advantageous roles throughout that course.
Timmy Bauer. I'm in Northern California. I'm 28 years old, and this year I'm racing for Above and Beyond Cancer Racing. I signed up for my first race in the spring of 2015 and was hooked from there on. I'm not specifically good at one thing, but I'm really good at a lot of things. Definitely just support my teammates, help my teammates. That's really rewarding to me. I'd love to get a podium out of a breakaway.
I'm Zach Nair. I'm 24, racing for Project Echelon Racing on the road. Started back when I was 17. I'm probably more of an all-rounder. 10, 20 minutes over and over for 4 hours, that's definitely my thing. I have a Ceres H3 trainer, and then I also have their MP1 platform. My goal is to be on the top step of the podium.
My name's Claire Cameron. I race for the RGT Cycling team, and I am Canadian. 21 years I've been racing my bike for. I'd say I'm an all-arounder. I think I started off more as a sprinter. I think like a puncher, climbing, like shorter climbs. Nothing longer than maybe 10 minutes. In RGT, what I like is the longer road races. I would like for our team to fight for a win. I think that there's a lot of team members that could win a couple of stages.
I'm Colleen Gulick. I'm 29 years old from the USA, and I ride for Pickle Juice Pro Cycling Team. This is my 18th year, so a long time. I'm definitely more of a sprinter. The sprint finish is definitely more my style. I still have some room to grow in terms of my virtual racing skills. I want to try and gauge my fitness against everybody else. I think this will be a great chance before racing starts to really feel out everybody else and hopefully validate all of your training and hard work.
I'm Jude Sands. I'm from Ireland. I'm riding for the Above and Beyond Cancer Cycling Squad, sponsored by Bike World. I started racing quite late in my career, roughly about 19, so 10 years racing. Being quite big, I'd like to say I'm a sprinter. I do sprint quite well. I will get into breakaways quite well. If I can go up for the win, I'm going to be your man for the sprint. You just got to be a bit more aware in RGT of the bunch method. If you're out the back, your race is almost over. Me personally, I would like to get a win out of one of these races. We can pretty much use anyone at any time to fulfill our goal of winning each race.
Campbell Parish, Above and Beyond Cancer, presented by Bike World. I'm 16. I've been racing bikes since I was about 8 years old. I'd like to say I'm an all-rounder because I like to do all the disciplines: track, road, cross-country, mountain bike, occasionally some enduro. I'm a bit of a taller guy, around 6'4", 6'5", so I do like my time trials, but I just like to do it all. I just like to be competitive because I have some more experience on RGT, and I'd like to give the elite riders in BC a challenge.
I'll just start with introduce yourself, your name, age, and nationality.
My name's Nadia Gontova. I'm 20 and I'm Canadian.
And Nadia, which team were you racing for on RGT last weekend?
I was just going solo. I was not on a team.
Nice. So that must have made the dynamics of racing against some other teams on the course a little bit more interesting. Did you have a pre-race plan?
No, I'm not very experienced with e-racing, and all the other races I've done, I did a few races in a Zwift league in a like in the men's category. So coming into this one, I didn't really have a strategy other than trying to hold on and see what happens.
Amazing. And how did the plan work out for you? I see you got some pretty good results with a podium in there. So how did the race end up playing out?
Yeah, so this was my first RGT race. And I got two pieces of advice from my friend Laura, who's a big e-racer, and she told me to not get dropped at the start and practice on RGT. And I didn't practice on RGT, and I got dropped at the start. So then it definitely took a pretty big effort to catch back up to the pack, but I was super happy about that. And then I guess from there, I was just holding on to wheels for as long as I could. And so I guess that ended up working out well. So I was definitely happy. I was even happy just to finish, like what I told myself I'd be happy just to finish with somebody else. So I was definitely super happy with making the podium.
That's amazing. Now you say this is your first real experience on RGT. So what's the one key thing that surprised you the most about it?
I think drafting was a lot harder than I expected, and definitely different than Zwift. The first two laps of the race, I couldn't stop kind of surging off like the front and the back, just trying to get into the draft. So that was really different, but I think like once you get used to it, it's pretty manageable.
Right. So it's all about the in-game dynamics that you have to get used to. Now, last quick question. You must have some ideas of what you'd like to improve for the up and coming next three races. So what's one goal that you've got for next Saturday?
I think my goal is just to like ride a bit smarter, not waste watts where I don't need to. And also maybe think about trying to make some moves or like play, I don't know, race the race instead of just sitting on wheels and hoping I do okay.
So you got to get yourself out there and then try some new tactics to see.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for quickly chatting to us this afternoon, Nadia. We hope to see you out there on the courses.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we are out here, Camino Escuela in Tucson, Arizona, for the first ever Camino Escuela Hill Climb Championship. Competitors here. Sean is going to be rocking the e-bike, the new Subito e-bike, weighing in at like 30 pounds, an additional, I don't know what that does, 200 watts. Heather, all natural. For your girl, I can reach the stars. The course, I mapped it out earlier, it's about 1.3 kilometers. I think it gains about 30 to 40 meters, that's around 100 feet, and it's just short of a mile. Girl, I can reach the stars. Yo. Oh, the nights when you couldn't sleep, I was there carrying more on. Shooting at the demons, see your dreams, making them more fun.
you calling. I saw your sleepless face and I felt hard. I guess I'm falling for you, girl. I can reach the stars. Now. Oh, the nights we couldn't sleep, I was there carrying more on. Shooting at the demons, see your dreams, making them more fun. Yeah. And if you wanna run away from the best we've done, yeah, I'll be there to save the day. I'll be your rising sun.
All right, that just happened.
Yeah, I'm the champ. That was crazy. I mean, I hit my button and she had no chance.
I thought I was dropping you. And you were just messing
I
with
was
me.
stretching, getting ready for my effort. I did a little bit of this, one of these, and then I just went.
We thought you were like getting dropped too. I was like,
Shouldn't sleep, I was there carrying more on. Shooting at the demons, see your dreams, making them.
This is how it feels. I feel so powerful right now.
Normatec recovery systems give you a high-tech compression massage for warm-up pre-workout and recovery post-workout.
The technology is very safe and is used by a broad range of athletic types and really any fitness enthusiast looking to get the most out of their workout.
The whole idea is that we're using air compression to help increase circulation in the body. We wanted to mimic physiology, the way the body moves fluids. We went ahead and took a lot of those principles and put it into a system that you can use on your different extremities and your hips as well.
Normatec has been an industry leader in pneumatic compression, providing improved mobility and profound healing for thousands of patients. We continually work with researchers to study and develop the effectiveness of our technology.
It's all about creating that community space where people have a conversation around recovery and start really challenging their beliefs in what is possible and what they've known and maybe what could be.
BC Cup race number 2, down to our final race of the day with the pro men. After wrapping up the pro women just about 20 minutes ago, we now get ready to welcome what should be our biggest field of the day. Brad Soner here with Ryan Cousineau as we go back into our virtual incarnation of Canary Wharf here, Ryan. It's been interesting watching the dramatically different course today than we had last week in stop number 1, where they raced on the Paterberg, but this week it's criterium racing in, well, basically downtown London and Canary Wharf.
That's right. We've had a couple of looks at this course already, but after running away from Belgium and the climb on the Paterberg, we've got no climbing whatsoever. It's a course that's going to accept these riders for who they are. 1 kilometer, 4 corners on the classic Canary Wharf. It's a little piece of docklands right beside the Thames River, and it was reclaimed and has now been turned into a very, very big part of downtown London. So that's the scenery you're going to see, but the course itself is going to be simple, round the houses. If you've ever seen the Gastown Grand Prix, you will recognize the style of racing we're about to watch.
Let's talk about how things played out last week and see if we can glean any information into this week. Matt Usborne getting the win along with Bruce Bird in second and Timmy Bauer in third. Now, remember, Usborne and Bird were able to get away. They had kind of a little two-rider split going off the front of the pro men's race, and then Timmy Bauer at looks like a minute 45 back in third, and then Braden Kersey in fourth last week. At 2 minutes back, R.C. Ivani in fifth at right around 2 minutes and 12 seconds back. Don't expect to see those same gaps out there today. The women's race was a good indicator that you can keep these races together in the criterium, and so I'm hoping we'll get some close, tight, interesting racing here at the front of the men's race. We can have some more riders might have a shot at the top step of the podium after Usborne and Bird rode away with it last week. Really didn't give guys like Bauer, Kersey, Ivani, Hayden Warner also up there in sixth. Alex Frazier-Moran in seventh last week. Aiden Oliphant in eighth. John Cooper in ninth. And Chris Naven in 10th. So I know a lot of those names will be trying to move up here in the what they hope will be a sprint finish today. So Usborne and Bird not going to be able to rely on the same strategy that they did last week with the breakaway here, Ryan.
No, absolutely not. There's no hill to spring and get away. You can still escape on a criterium course like this, maybe even more easily in the real world. But even here, there's enough of the cornering effects in RGT that you can use a few closely spaced corners to try and get a little gap going. But it would take a heroic effort by some highly motivated riders to set and keep a breakaway. What we saw in the earlier races instead was much more of an effect where the pace would be high, the attacks would go off the front, but the real damage was being done as the field was winnowed down from the rear. So every time one or two of those attacks would go, you'd have the potential for one more rider being shelled off the back. And that's certainly the dynamic that we saw, and the dynamic that I predict we'll see for this Cat 1-2 race, or Cat 1 race by the men.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I saw was at the finish where the attack is made. It's not out of the last corner here in Canary Wharf because there's not enough space there to get a gap. You really need to attack like going into the second to last turn. That's where Jackie Godby launched her winning move, and I think we've seen in the 4 races that we've done so far that you need a little bit of runway to try and get that gap in the finishing sprint. So once again, an adaptation of racing on the virtual platforms here. It's not about the race to the last corner on this course on RGT. I think it's about the race to the second last corner. They come very close together because it's almost like an oval. I mean, it's very long on 2 sides of the rectangle and very short on the other 2 sides. And so the finish line obviously comes on one of those longer sections, but it's just out of that turn 4, which is one of the shorter turns on the course. So it's really a race for positioning and timing in the last sprint. Going to be really interesting to watch. I think guys like Usborne and Bird are still going to be in the mix at the finish. Those are probably still on the top 5 names to watch. But the way that they try and do it today, I think, has to be pretty different than what they did last week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked already about how the cornering effects work in RGT and how it effectively turns off your power if you attempt to pedal through those last 2 corners. And they're so close to the finish that they effectively do figure in the sprint. The one thing that I wonder about is whether we might see any team effects with this pro race, the men's pro race, because we do have not only more participants, but more participants who are sharing a team with 1 or 2 other riders. So, for example, we've got Randy Reichart, who is the designated team sprinter for the Above and Beyond team, and he'll be riding around with his teammates Matt Usborne and Hayden Warner. So it'll be interesting to see if them and Timmy Bauer and the other, I think that's all of the Above and Beyonds, if they try to create something looking like a sprint train in the last kilometer or 2.
Getting our first look at the, what I guess we'll call front row, but a big group amassing here in the virtual Canary Wharf world for the start of our pro men's race. We'll have a couple of views of them out there today as we get ready to start the countdown just outside of 4 minutes away from their race time. This is kind of interesting. You can see the current power going for the riders to the left. It's interesting to see their warm-up before. Most of these guys actually jump on like 30-plus minutes before the start of the race just to kind of cruise around the virtual world, get a good warm-up in, because especially in virtual racing, you really do need a warm-up because this one goes pretty much from the gun. They'll go into a maximum effort zone pretty quickly, and so being warmed up and ready to ride in that zone will be pretty important in a crit like this.
Yes, absolutely. Both last week and earlier this week, we've already seen those classic virtual bike racing starts, which are pretty much full gas from the gun. And of course, the phenomenon there is that you can spin up on your trainer, so you're actually developing absolute maximum wattage. And then as soon as the race starts, it allows all riders to begin pedaling. And so you'll see the entire field go off like a shot at absolute maximum speed. And the game theory behind that is very simple. If you don't do that, then you will be gapped almost immediately in a way that can't really happen in a real race, where you can't just be at 300 watts when the gun goes off already. And so as a result, everybody sort of does that initial race where you're just trying to not lose the race in the first kilometer. And then once that happens, things should settle down to some degree, although that's just in time for the real attacks to begin.
Yeah, the most important minute of racing, not in the race, is the minute before the start. So you'll start to see everyone ratchet their power up, and then we'll see them rocket off the line, and hopefully everyone can stay together, or a larger number of riders can stay together, because you hate to see a race ruined by a bad start. It happens, though. That's part of bike racing. Can't be perfect every time. And that's what keeps us coming back every week, the quest for perfection. Matt Usborne's already got a win under his belt here in the virtual BC Cup. And got to think, Bruce Bird's second place last week, he can taste that victory. He wants one today.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure that all these riders will be gunning for the win. One of the strangest things about a flat crit course like this is everybody feels like they can win it, because we're very, very likely to see a large group come to the finish. Even if there's a selection, it's probably not going to be a solo selection unless somebody pulls a very brave or very bold move on a very unsuspecting pack at the right moment. So as a result, you're going to see a lot of people finishing within about 2 seconds of the actual winner, all thinking, ugh, if only. As we watch our riders, we should start seeing the power numbers start to come up as we go inside the 1 minute mark. We can see some of the riders already revving their engines, so to speak. Cundiff and Usborne, Cooper already dialing things up into the 2 to 3 watts per kilo. That's a solid, steady warm-up for these guys. And pretty soon, with 50 seconds to go, you'll see them spinning up, and you'll see probably near red line numbers as the clock counts down to 0 here.
40 seconds to race start. I'm looking at this list of names. I saw a lot of these guys posting on Instagram earlier today, riding outside, enjoying some nice weather. So for a lot of riders, this will be their second effort of the day. I know we talked about Mallory McCrosty in the women's race doing some VO2 efforts. I know Frank Cundiff was out with her on their in real life ride. So these guys just can't get enough of the bike in their second, maybe third effort of the day today. Maybe they did some gym work in the morning or something like that. These cyclists are crazy. You never know. So here we go. Power winds up, and we're underway in racing. Look at Cundiff shooting off the line. This guy knows how to play RGT, that's for sure.
That's right. He's winning the first part of the bike game. He gets off to a roaring start. You can see all the numbers are in the red. As we said, this is just a race to not get dropped, but it looks like at least going back down to 15th place, we've got a group together. But I see a few stragglers. I don't know if those are just like our camera crew or whatnot. But no, I see, Manu Moore, my old teammate, well, my young teammate, really. He's got to get on there. He's been gapped by 50 meters, so I don't know if he got caught napping or if he just had a bad watts day, but he may be our first casualty. So dig deep, Manu. I know he's got the power to make it back to this group, but he's either going to make it right now or his race will be over pretty early.
Yeah, remember Manu was up in the mix last week, so we know he's got the power to be there. But a lot of these riders, it's about learning the game, learning the platform. Here's Eric Hill the commissioner of the Echelon Racing League and big boss over at Project Echelon, the team. Looks like Eric got dropped out of the group today. Just goes to show you how tough racing on RGT is, because Eric obviously knows the platform well, has raced on this one a lot, but sometimes it just comes down to maybe the training around it. I know Eric has been working a lot with his in real life team, Project Echelon. He's got a couple kids at home as well, so sometimes you're just not quite perfectly prepared for a pro level race.
Yeah, and one always is also willing to suspect technical difficulties in these situations. Although last week I gave Alex Murison the graceful exit of a technical difficulty assessment, and he messaged me later to say, no, it wasn't technical difficulties. I was just having a really bad day on the bike. So,
I just bailed.
Yeah. So
hey, also one of the cool parts of virtual racing, though, when you pull the plug, you're not like 40 miles from home stranded. You know, you're already in your living room. So another one of the upsides of virtual racing.
I think we can all appreciate the ample parking provided by virtual racing. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, it looks like it's kind of settling down after the initial panic. We've got Oliphant, Kelly, and other names foaming to the front of this field, but it's kind of all argy-bargy and biggy-bunchy, which is another way of saying that, well, they're maintaining a pretty solid pace. Nobody's in immediate danger, at least not among these riders right at the front. We said it had winnowed down to what I think will end up being something like a group of 15 with almost all of the usual suspects, although Damon, our cameraman, is showing us Karsten Avani. I know it says R. Avani behind his name, but you can trust me, he goes by Karsten. And it looks like he's dropped out of 17th place, and that would be your man off the back. So we've got a group of 16 formed at the front, and that will be kind of the race today.
All right, so selection number 1 has been made. It's like the Final Four NCAA basketball competition down here. You got to go through these sort of waves of selections and try and survive until you get down to the Elite Eight or Final Four, which may be the situation today. I wouldn't be surprised if this one got split before the end of the day and we went down to maybe 8, although it's probably going to be even smaller, like 4. But we'll see. Anything can happen on RGT. That's what we like about virtual racing.
Could be, but right now we still have the Sweet 16 up here. I don't know that it doesn't look like anybody else is getting dropped in the moment, but I bet the pain will start to arrive and will start to take its toll. We talked in some of the earlier races about how you see this sort of bunching versus stringing out. And just as in real racing, that's a pretty good metric for how hard a group this size is working. And you can see this group is pretty bunched up. That means that nobody is really in grave difficulty. When you see them strung out in a long line, it means everybody is at their absolute maximum effort and having to use as much drafting as possible to maintain their position in the field. So when you see the group go wide like this, either in real life or in virtual racing, you know that people are sort of looking around and waiting for the attack to come. Looks like the attack has come in the form of Mr. Bird. That would be Bruce Bird. I think we were talking about him earlier. His bio says he loves cycling, but I think he did very well last week. Were you saying that he came in second place?
Yes, second place last week to Matt Usborne. Remember, they were in a break of 2, so it was Usborne and Bird, 2 strongest guys last week on the road course, going up and over the Paterberg. So Bruce Bird, definitely a long-range rider. He's also a Masters Fondo World Champion. Won his age group in the UCI Fondo World Championship, so he's got some rainbow stripes to his name as well.
Oh, good for him. Right now, he's using those rainbow strikes to give him a little extra power as he stays in with this front group. He made his little attack, and now he's sitting a wheel. And we've got an Irishman, Mr. Sands, Jude Sands, going off the front. He's another one of the above and beyond riders, so he's a teammate with Matt Osborne, and we can guess this may be a planned out move, but we shall see how it goes.
Yeah, speaking of teams, I think Above and Beyond Cancer is definitely the team to beat. The largest, most organized squad in this race in the pro men's field. They're in the white, green, and yellow jerseys. You see a bunch of them up here with Sands, Warner, representing the ABC squad. That is also the team of Matt Usborne, last week's winner. There's good luck. Thank you, Damon, of the Above and Beyond Cancer kit, as Sands works his way through the group. So I would say this is going to be, if there's a team that's going to have some sort of team effort or team plan together that gets executed, it'll probably be Above and Beyond Cancer. They just seem to be the most organized and, again, largest group out in this men's field.
And we already know that they contributed some winners last week. But we've got a solid field all the way around. I see lots of names that I recognize. We can see our old friend AFM, Alex Fraser-Moran. I'm sure he's hoping for a good result today, and I suspect he's got the legs to bring it. I see Brad Bickley was foaming up near the front for a while there. Bickley is another member of the local Full Gas Cycling team, which I don't think that we've mentioned yet, but there's a lot of those guys who race in real life when real life racing happens around here. It looks like we're looking back at the rider in 16th place. That's T. Watson, and I'm afraid that the reason we're looking at him is because he got dropped. So we are now down to our final 15, unless Watson can turn things around. Toot sweet. And we return to the front. Oh, we were still looking at Tom. Tom Watson from the Hugh Dog Racing team. I can tell you they have a fantastic looking kid in real life. I'm sure Mr. Watson will be a little bit sad that he's out of this, out of the running so quickly. Meanwhile, at the front,
well, at least he got some TV time.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of the TV breakaway, isn't it? Well, we've got Matt Usborne here on the front. He's setting the pace and he's doing the work, and he is starting to do a bit of a selection on this field. Bruce Bird comes up and takes over in a counterattack, using that tiny descent on this course to actually get a micro gap before the field threatens to overwhelm him, but he's still about 15 meters off the front.
Yeah, Bruce Bird really, really doesn't want to sprint at the finish today. That is his worst case scenario. So Bird wants to cause a split at all costs here today. This is Hayden Warner on the front, Above and Beyond Cancer again. Now, I talked about Above and Beyond Cancer working as a team. Probably the most effective way I've seen them work as a team is just launching guys off the front one by one and then having a reserve rider to launch the last sort of fatal attack inside the last few kilometers. But they're going to use guys like Hayden Warner all day long. You see Timmy Bauer moving up as well into third. He might launch a counter. Like, between Warner and Bauer, these guys could just go off the front all day long and just keep the pressure on guys like maybe John Cooper that has to chase and respond. We saw Frank Cundiff up there earlier. And maybe trying to save some legs for Matt Usborne, or at least burn the legs out of the other guys that Usborne might be worried about. So someone like Bruce Bird, if you can get a Timmy Bauer off the front, force Bruce Bird to chase, and then shut that move down, well, you just burn some matches that Bruce Bird didn't want to use. So meanwhile, Usborne can just sit back, relax, and watch his teammates go on the attack on the front. So don't be surprised to see a lot of white and green jerseys off the front today.
Oh, absolutely, right. It's a classic attacking strategy. I'm interested, Brad. I know that Usborne is a strong, solid rider, but I don't know if he wants to sprint that bad. But he does have a teammate who might be able to do some sprinting, so we'll see if... I don't know if Warner will be used as a water carrier and support rider, or if he'll be the protected rider for the Above and Beyond boys today.
And I will say, just because Usborne has attacked here doesn't mean that he's going to be a team worker per se. You can't entirely sit on RGT. I mean, even your leader is going to have to put some digs in, have to make some attacks on the front. So we'll probably see all of the Above and Beyond Cancer riders working at some point or attacking at some point. It's just a matter of the timing, I guess, kind of like musical chairs. When is the attacking rider close to the finish going to go? So we'll keep an eye on them. Cooper doing a nice job. Again, that is John Cooper of the Triple X Racing Team sitting in second place, the fiance of our women's winner, Jackie Godby. So John will have already watched one of these races unfold, I'm sure, because he is always right next to Jackie during her races. So he watched Jackie intently racing on this in the women's field. So he'll have some good intel on any intricacies of this course in Canary Wharf.
And he'll have the terrible challenge of making sure he doesn't have the lowest finish in his household. So
Right.
his work cut out for him on that one. Meanwhile, we're seeing those riders continue to roll through. It looks like we've got Mr. Navin at the front here. He races for
In a way,
for the Triple X racers.
Almost everything seems to keep tying back to Jackie Godby, but this is Jackie Godby's coach on the front right now. This is Chris Maven at Chicago, also for the Triple X Racing Team. And Chris was one of the people that really got Jackie into virtual racing. He saw some of the numbers that she was doing and said, you got to put these on a national scale. You got to try these numbers against some of the countries and world's best. And just a few months later, she was representing the United States at the Esports World Championships, where she took fifth. So Chris has a great eye for talent and obviously a talented coach as well to be able to craft Jackie Godby into the virtual racer that she's become. Here goes Hayden Warner again off the front.
Nice attack by Hayden Warner. He's a powerful attacker. We already mentioned him as a sprint danger man. Or actually, sorry, Warner is one of the all-rounders. It's Reichardt, whose name we haven't been calling yet, and who I suspect will be the protected rider. So we'll see how that works out. His close personal teammate, Matt Osborne, would like you to know that Warner is a doctor, or at least he's in medical school, and his specialty is urology. And I won't tell you what Matt suggested was his first choice, because that was just very rude, Matt. We don't say those things on the open mics. Meanwhile, we've got a good solid race going. The pace is upped. We're at about 42, 44 kilometers an hour. You know, certainly not the danger zone for any of these riders, but also not a club ride pace either. We've got one of the Kellys. That's Declan Kelly. He races for the local Red Truck Racing Team, but I don't know if he's got any teammates. Yeah, he's got a couple. Unfortunately for him, one of his teammates was Manu Moore, so that's got to be a bit of a bummer, but he should still have Thomas Terreblanche in this field as well. I think Terreblanche we just saw on the intermission because he was interviewing Nadia, who did quite credibly in the women's pro race. As we come back to the front, well, we've just got a big lump. I could tell you who was in first place, but honestly, it's my old buddy E.P. Sosnowski, at least for a moment. But again, this is sort of, we're getting to the point where we're seeing some credible attacks. We're in 11 kilometers done, 30 kilometers to go, so this is the quarter mark. It's easy to say that these early attacks don't matter, but they do matter. What they do is they whittle down the field. You'll see tests of strength, you'll see riders looking for who responds when an attack goes away, and you're looking for riders to watch who gets shelled out the back, because we already talked about this being reduced down from the Sweet 16 to the Final 15, and maybe eventually an Elite 8 or a Final or 4. But at any rate, for any of the riders who can survive it, it just improves their odds, the fewer riders they have to bring to the finish. And if they can shell off a few sprinters on the way, that's the best thing of all.
The old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're rolling around. These guys are racking up the kilometers fast. Look at those speeds as they're just in the middle of this race, not even doing a ton of difficulty. They're going through that quick descent at nearly 60 kilometers an hour. Maybe a virtual speed, but it's pretty reflective of what they can do in the real world. And our old friend Matt Osborne is off the front again, putting in a little gap, forcing Bruce Bird to do some work. Bird's got to hate this because he knows exactly what the game plan is.
Yep.
And that's AFM responding.
And I love this racing from Osborne because this isn't really a tactical attack. It's more kind of sending a message of like, hey, look, we're not riding easy today, guys. Osborne is definitely one that likes to put the hurt on the field, let's say. And so I think he's just telegraphing a message to the rest of the field. This isn't necessarily him maybe trying to cause a split with someone like Fraser Moran. I think that was just Osborne saying no easy days on RGT in the virtual BC Cup.
Brings to mind the memory of Bernard Hinault riding for Greg LeMond at the Tour de France, where his basic tactics were to blow up the entire field and then hope that his teammate came out of the rubble. So perhaps Osborne has a similar attacking tactic in mind. But as we go back to the front of the field, it looks like we've got a little dig coming from Bauer. He's moving forward for that team. And now I see Hayden Warner and one of his teammates going forward. It looks like that's going to be... Oh, there's Sadnowski and Reichardt up at the front. But again, it's just an eternal churn here. Like, we're not really even seeing attacks so much as just big, steady wattage. So 40 kilometers an hour, not a killing pace for these guys. You can see the watt numbers are in like the 3 to 4 watts per kilo range. Not a killing pace for these guys quite yet, but I think that it's sort of, we're just between attacks at the moment, but they will come, they will come. This race is ticking over incredibly quickly. We've already covered 14 kilometers in 17 minutes, which gives you an idea of the pace. We've only got 27 to go. We're not going to be able to take too many breaths between now and the end of this race, are we, Brad?
Well, especially the way these Above and Beyond Cancer riders have been racing. Just when there's a lull in the action, Matt Osborne has to go to the front. It's like he wants us to keep talking.
Well, you know, Matt, try as you might, we aren't going to run out of words, so take that. No, Matt's a good guy, and he's been feeding us intel on some of his competitors, and he's been key to organizing these events. So, I mean, we're all very pleased that he was able to do his part to make this happen. But meanwhile, we've got Mr. Sands. That would be... Who is that, Brad? You remember which rider this is? Sorry, Jude Sands. He's riding for Above and Beyond, of course. We can tell by the kit. Try not to lose too much track of the race. And that's Navin and Cooper, who are indeed teammates, as their jerseys might indicate. That would be the Triple X Racing, or as we think of it, the Grupo Godby.
Right. I got Sands with him. Nice job by Cooper and Navin. They always ride really closely together. They do a nice job of sort of sticking together in the group. Very rarely will you see like Navin all the way at the front, Cooper all the way at the back. I think they both try and lock on to each other when they can. Try and stay near each other, and just in case there is a split or a move that goes. Just like that, see? Right next to each other. Because they saw Matt Osborne riding up on the front. And Timmy Bauer being dispatched up there as well. And Warner into the red. Here he goes. Man, Above and Beyond Cancer just reckless out there today.
Hayden Warner activating this race for his team. So, again, we know that, I think you mentioned it right off the start, that Warner is one of these big danger men who's just going to go out and attack for days. He's not only willing to punish, and not only able to punish this field at will like this, but he's absolutely willing to do it. Because, again, he's got teammates that every one of these attacks forces not his teammates to chase down and forces not his teammates to burn matches. So he'll just go out, hammer himself into the red zone at 6 watts per kilo, lead this field around at 50 kilometers an hour, and dare them to chase him back. Chase being currently led by Navin. He's one of the 2 XXX racers. That's the one who coaches Jackie Godby, as opposed to John Cooper, who is affianced. He will become the future Dr. Mr. Jackie Godby if all goes well. Which they do. Hayden Warner is drawn back, but for how long?
Yeah, now I'm just waiting for the next Above and Beyond Cancer jersey to go. Looks like Project Echelon trying to keep some pressure on. Here we go. I think it's going to be Reichardt. Nope, Osborne up next. Like clockwork.
That's right. They're like... That's right. They're the Tinker, Evers, and Chance of bike racing right now. We'll just call their names in turn. Osborne, Sands, and the other guy. Sorry, Hayden Warner. You've got a new nickname, the other guy.
This is Brad
And
Bickley
again, we've
following in between for the full gas team.
Yeah, Usborne's putting out a genuinely dangerous gap. I'm not sure this field actually wanted him to have 30 meters free, but perhaps the plan is to make Usborne sit and suffer for a while. If they can maintain this gap at 50 meters for a while and just basically make Matt put in a lot of work, it might be worthwhile for the field right now.
It's actually a good split.
At home, yeah, it is a good split. He's still sitting at 50 meters. Cooper didn't. Oh no, who's he got with him? Bickley, right? So we've got Bickley and Usborne up the road. That seems dangerous. I mean, if I was this field, I feel like Matt Usborne is a guy you kind of want to keep on a pretty short leash.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I mean, I don't judge this field to be not strong enough to call back Matt. This is a dead flat course and it's 23.5 kilometers to go. I mean, if this becomes a team time trial of, the roughly 13 riders who are not on the Above and Beyond team trying to chase down Usborne and Bickley, well, if they work together well, they've got the legs, but right now the gap is expanding, so it's down to 80 meters. And on this very short course, even in the virtual world, there's a bit of a psychological effect when all of a sudden you lose sight of those riders out front. I mean, the advantage in virtual land is that you can see the time gap to the nearest meter. I apologize, that's my dog Pinter trying to interject his own commentary, so I'll let Brad take over for a moment.
I thought that was a stray on Canary Wharf. I thought it was just a natural part of the RGT platform, like a dog barking out the window. Usborne and Bickley have now grown their gap over 100 meters. They certainly stayed on the gas and are continuing in the red zone. Look at Bickley and Usborne, both in full red. Meanwhile, the chasers on the right-hand side of the screen, look at the difference in colors. A lot of greens, blues, yellows. These guys about as motivated as a group of high school seniors on their last day of class here. These guys are really struggling to find the organization in the chase. Meanwhile, Usborne and Bickley working in tandem perfectly up at the front. They now grow their lead up over 100 meters, hovering around 110, 120. Gap still going up for Usborne and Bickley. These guys could absolutely lap this field today, Ryan. If things keep going the way that they are, Usborne and Bickley stay on the gas, they might be at the back door of these chasers before they know it.
Yeah, and that will actually have a real effect. I mean, that effect is a little bit different from a real-world race, but I believe that once they do regain the back of this field, they will be able to draft them. So, effectively, they will take a lap, and barring disaster, they will keep that lap relatively easy. So maybe that is their play here, but they're sitting out there. They've got 130 meters. This is a 1,000-meter course, so they've still got a lot of work if they're going to lap the field, but they're at the halfway mark, and I mean, I don't think either of us said that this was going to be a race characterized by a first half breakaway, 2 up to try and ride away from the field. But that's bike racing, I guess. We should probably say a little bit about Mr. Bickley. He's, I said before, he races for Full Gas. He's a former runner. He ran track in college for the University of Calgary. And he's a national class runner in the 1,500 meter distance, which is kind of like, in terms of effort, I think that's about a 4 or 5 minute run. I mean, well, I guess it is because it's a sub-mile. And so that kind of equates to what you see in sort of pursuit efforts in track cycling. But he says the best part of cycling is the coffee and beer before and after the race. So for all you kids out there, remember, first of all, don't drink beer until you're the age of majority. But the cycle is coffee before the race, beer after. Never reverse it. Don't ask how I know.
Don't get them mixed up. It's like chamois before the embarkation. You're putting them on.
Yeah, I had a great old race one time out at the lovely Jeremy's Roubaix course where, because I'm a fairly weak rider, I get to ride it very early in the morning like Cat 4s always do. And a friend offered me a post-race beer, which, felt very appropriate to the time. I'd done a lot of work, my day had, quote, ended. And I realized I was basically drinking a rather large beer at about 10 a.m. in the morning.
Nothing wrong with that. It's race day, after all.
Sure didn't feel wrong at the time.
That's right.
Meanwhile, our bike race continues without us. Usborne and Bickley are still hammering away. The field is still chasing them, and the gap is about 150 meters now, which is, I wouldn't say static, but it's not really growing or shrinking a whole lot. It's down to 130, so maybe the field is putting in an effort. But you can see that Usborne and Bickley, as they're trading off, they're doing 5 or 6 watts per kilogram on the front. This is a serious effort. They like what they see, and they are putting in the watts to try and make the dream work.
The pace at which they're gaining has slowed down a little bit. They were picking up like 10, 20 meters a second when they first got off, but sort of leveled out a little bit now. They're also having a little trouble staying together. See Bickley having to go into the red zone to close that gap down, get back up to Usborne. And they're holding steady at around 160 meters back to these chasers, 170 now, but certainly not taking on water as rapidly as they were before. So I think that's a combination of our two leaders calming down a little bit and the field realizing that they need to sort of lift their overall pace.
Yeah, I think I see Bird and Navin as a couple of the riders who are doing a lot of the work. That's, of course, Chris Navin from Triple X and Bruce Bird, who we talked about already, being a world-class old man. So he probably doesn't want to be described quite that way. But he is, as we said, Gran Fondo World Champion, which is effectively the new age group Road Worlds. Basically, if you're a master cyclist now, Road Worlds doesn't really exist per se. What you do instead is the Fondo Worlds, and that is sort of the road racing world championship once you achieve a certain age. So it's a highly credible and actually very competitive result, but I'm not sure it's helping him chase down these two. Their gap has expanded to 200 meters at the front as Bickley and Usborne continue to do the work and get the result. It does suggest that this field is not chasing them very effectively. And, you know, there's lots of teams there that are not these two. I mean, I think Bickley is more or less riding on his own. Like I said, he's racing for full gas. I don't think he has any teammates here. He's a local rider. I'll bet you dollars to donuts that Usborne knows him. But, and the two of them seem to be cooperating reasonably effectively. But the chase is either not organized or has decided that 200 meters is a manageable gap. And, interesting theory.
Yeah, just kind of holding it right here.
Yeah, it's...
These guys have definitely let off too, up at the front. I will say Usborne and Bickley have lowered their average wattage, and so I think that has something to do with the gap sort of stabilizing here.
Right, and that's interesting because if it's Usborne and Bickley who are managing the gap, so to speak, that's even worse for the peloton because that means that these guys have just chosen to ride more or less within themselves. Although, I mean, Usborne will be perfectly happy with this big flat course. And he puts out major watts. You know, he's already demonstrated that he's a very credible rider when there's a hill, but I'm here to assure you he's also a very credible rider when there is no hill at all. And I think this race is learning that in real time. The gap is still sticking at 230 meters. Looks like it's Bruce Bird, and then I think that's Cooper, one of the other Triple X riders, if I'm not mistaken, coming up there. And the real problem for everybody else in this race is that, yes, Usborne and Bickley are threatening to ride away from it, but meanwhile, the rest of the Above and Beyond Cancer team is sitting there and basically doing zero work whatsoever. So they're giving a free ride to all of Usborne's teammates who are going to arrive at the finish line tanned and rested if this continues. And continue it does. They're down to only 17 kilometers left in this race.
Yeah, these guys have been flying today.
Yeah, I'm super impressed by this breakaway. I mean, honestly, I don't even care if they get caught anymore. They have activated this race in a way that I really didn't expect. think we talked last week about how RGT's physics model is tweaked just enough that it tends not to favor breakaways, but to make them perhaps slightly easier than you might find them in real life. There's just a little bit of the drafting effect dialed back so that a credible attacker, and Usborne is obviously that, and Bickley is clearly a very effective collaborator here, can in fact go away and stay away with a little more ease than they might on the real roads. But nonetheless, when you're 2 versus 14 or something, well, okay, minus the above and beyond teammates, I think there's at least 10 solid riders who can be and should be working very hard to bring this back. We're seeing some return. They're down below 200 meters, so that gap is definitely being very aggressively managed by one side or the other of this race.
Usborne's got to be loving this. You see Bruce Bird in 3rd place back in the group. Again, the only rider that could match Usborne last week in that split, and he's gotten rid of Bruce Bird in this move. So Bickley taking his spot today, but this is exactly what Bruce wanted. I mean, he got rid of at least one guy he knew that would be on his level in terms of raw strength, that being Bruce Bird, and Bird caught on the wrong side of this split today, so Usborne got exactly what he wanted. As long as Bickley isn't as good of a sprinter as Matt Usborne, because we still have to sort this out for our 2 leaders, but Usborne has succeeded in getting rid of a guy like Bruce Bird. Gap holding at 220, though. Very impressive riding by Bruce Bird here, who has been the driver of the chasers. Now, he said enough is enough. Naven's going to go with him here, try to lift the tempo. So all of a sudden, that 220-meter gap not looking so comfortable when Bruce Bird opens up the engine here. And it's going down to 180 up to Usborne and Bickley now.
Yeah, I think Bird's tactic is now going to be bridge, close, or die. You know, it is only 15 kilometers left in a race that has been moving at a torrid pace. He knows how many teammates are behind him. It's actually time. Well, Bird has gone backwards in the field as quickly as we talk him up, so there you go. That's an interesting effect. Sands, one of the above and beyond riders, suddenly shot to the front. I think that was a miscalculation. I don't think he was really intending to attack his teammate there.
And Bird, I think, was hoping to just kind of start a wildfire here. He was like, if I get a big enough fire going, if I build the kindling, maybe we can ignite something here, but that didn't really happen. He didn't really have anyone take over his effort up on the front when he let off. Seems like Cooper has been the one really contributing up there with Bird in the chase here. I'm wondering if these above and beyond cancer guys are getting up there to try and block a little bit. You see how they kind of try and move up the right side? I've seen a couple of those white jerseys try and sneak up there. Not like they're going to box Bruce Bird in, but like Timmy Bauer and Sands moving up here. Reichert also 6th, 7th, 8th position. I wonder if given the opportunity, they would set a false tempo up at the front.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we know that there are some boxing and positional effects in the RGT system. We've talked about that before, but they're definitely diminished relative to what happens in a real crit. So they can move up, but they can't really freeze out a rider positionally to the same degree. But I think what's happening here is exactly that. That Bird is making big efforts, and he's hoping one of 2 things happens. He's hoping he gets a few friends to come along with him, ideally friends who are not wearing an above and beyond jersey, that lovely green, white, and trimmed in yellow. And he's hoping that that is enough that he can either bridge to that lead group or, as a second best possibility, drag the field back to that lead group. Because right now, he's in it to win it, but he's only in it to win it if he's actually at the finish line when the first guy finishes. So the current gap between him and first place on the road is somewhere around 200 meters, and that is no bueno. Actually, they have done some work to draw it down. It's now about 150 meters between the lead 2 and the chasing field. You can see that the effort level is rising there, and I'm seeing more and more jerseys come to the front, but and there's poor Karsten Ivani. He was dropped pretty early, still 17th place, which tells you how big that chasing field is. So we know that I think we've got 15 riders total who are basically in the lead, either in that lead breakaway or in the chasing peloton still. And we're looking back, and once again it's Bird and Navin and Cooper at the front, along with one of the Above and Beyond riders also making a show, probably doing what you talked about, just patrolling the front of that race and making sure that it's not easy for everybody to move forward and share the work. I see my old friend AFM, Alex Fraser Moran, is also up in that front group. He's going to be riding for the for the Red Truck team. So he's actually got some teammates around here, but I don't know. I think he's just contributing to the general effort. He wants this gap closed down so that he can do something at the end. He's a strong danger man, but again, just like Bird, he's only dangerous if he can actually make it to the finish line at the same time as the lead group. Lead group is down, their lead is down to 130 meters, so they are being managed, but 130 meters at these speeds. We're now at 12 kilometers to go. This race has been fast and furious. It's still not letting up. We're only 37 minutes in. We might be finish this event in less than an hour, Brad. And
it's always tough to budget virtual racing time because it can be so drastically different just depending on how the riders decide to race on that day. If you have a group like this where two riders go off the front, that significantly lifts the overall pace. If the group just stays together, a lot of times you'll see a much lower average overall speed for the riders. So Usborne and Bickley keeping things moving out there today for the entire group.
Yeah, we're seeing paces around the 45 kilometer an hour pretty steadily on the flats. We're watching Usborne and Bickley drop in speed because they just went through the dip again. But you can see that even as they come to this corner, they're not going below 40 kilometers an hour, and then they're going to ramp back up. They're maintaining. But the problem that they have is that their pace, their gap is still dropping. It's about 100 meters now when it was 200 plus meters at one point. So 10 kilometers to go. Time is sort of on their side, but there's too much of it. So they need to staying away for a little bit longer before they can feel even remotely safe about a 100-meter gap on this course. And with 10 kilometers to go, I am pretty confident that distance gap can be carved up by these riders almost at will if they really give the effort.
Yeah, absolutely. And Usborne and Bickley know it, so they're staying on the gas. You saw Bickley go into the red zone there briefly, but yeah, 100 meters can be taken back as quickly as it can be given. And you saw how quickly these guys were able to get away from the field. So there's probably some optimistic riders back in the field right now. Looking at this going, well, Usborne and Bickley probably going to be out of this one. They are theoretically burning all their matches up here in the break, so if they are caught, they're not going to have much left. Just saw Bruce Bird sneaking out. Wonder if Bird's going to try and go at it now, leave everyone behind, try and leapfrog Usborne and Bickley, and go on a 10K bender here off the front.
Yeah, the problem for all these bike races, we are seeing a lot of action. I noticed Bickley is actually getting a little bit gapped from Usborne as well at the front as Bruce's attack gets chased down, but the challenge for all these racers is kind of like that for method actors. It's what's their motivation? So right now, Bickley and Usborne are super motivated. Usborne knows that no matter what else happens, he's giving some very powerful teammates in the field a free ride for most of this race. So even if his break doesn't succeed, he's done an enormous amount to improve the chances of success for Above and Beyond. Bickley, with no teammates whatsoever, is pretty much seeing this as the most golden ticket he could have gotten to a chance to contest the finish. I'm guessing, especially after an attack this long, he will have no hope, as you already mentioned, if it comes down to a bunch kick. But if he can last another 9 kilometers and do all of the works, he will be assured of no worse than second place. And I think that he'll be pretty happy if he can get either first or second out of this event. Meanwhile, the field is a mass of conflicted emotions. We've got a bunch of single riders or small teams who know that whatever work they do to chase down Usborne and Bickley, they're trying to share it. They're trying to do as little as possible so as not to benefit the other riders in the field. And they know that whatever else happens, if it does come around to a bunch sprint, especially after this long a breakaway, they'll have just done free work that will also contribute to those couple of above and beyond riders that are still sitting in the peloton doing, I assure you, zero work for all of this race. And no matter what else happens, we're going to look at their watts per kilo averages for this race, and you're going to see a bunch of real low numbers beside names like Sands, Bauer, and Rijkaard. As we dial up the pace, we can see the field is in fact chasing pretty sincerely. They've got the field up to 48 kilometers an hour. That's based on some fresh legs coming to the front here. I see names like Kelly and Terblanche taking turns up at the front. Oh, and we see another little mini gap. They've now got the breakaway closed down to less than 50 meters out. So this looks like a serious...
Yeah, the crucial thing to watch will also be the counter move. Watch to see who comes forward after the catch is made, and even the activity and behavior in the minutes leading up to the catch, which would be right now. Watch the riders that go to the front. You're seeing, looks like Emil Sosnowski up there right now leading the way. Kelly is there as well. And Frank Cundiff was also in the mix there briefly. These guys locked in together. About to bring these two back. Very little separation back in the field. That tells me that there's a lot of riders trying to keep their powder dry, as they should. Inside 7.5 kilometers to go. You're going to need every grain of powder you got when the fireworks go off here. Bickley still trying to hold on to this one, putting in a big effort up in the lead group, and Usborne doing a nice job. These guys are riding really well together. Look how closely they're able to ride together, and they're not swapping positions a lot. So they've really figured out the two-rider draft on RGT. That's been unlocked, but didn't give them quite enough of a drafting advantage today. They just weren't able to hold off this field behind them, and looks like they're going to come up about 6 kilometers short, as I think these guys will be caught in the next K or so.
Yeah, they're definitely within catch range, still sort of hanging at 50 meters. They're dangling. Bickley is putting in some pretty credible efforts, because especially for him, this is win or fail, right? Usborne, I'm not saying he doesn't care if he's caught. I'm saying that this break has already done a lot of work for Usborne. For Bickley, this break only matters if it stays away. And indeed, he's done enough of a dig now that they're actually expanding their lead a little bit. So in these cases, a smart man always bets on the peloton. But on the other hand, the catch isn't made until the catch is made, is it, Brad?
Yeah, it's never over till it's over. I guess these guys could all drop the ball in closing the last 50 meters or so. They are keeping them to double digits, keeping them under 100 meters in the gap. But
they're flirting with 100 meters now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this and seeing, like, Bickley is doing a lot of work, and the gap goes up to 100 meters. Usborne is taking over now. But, you know, Usborne's still working pretty hard. I don't think the gap is shrinking on Usborne's wheel, although it might be a case where the field is dictating the position now more. But boy, oh boy, we're at 6K to go, and the gap has shrunk again. Maybe the gap is shrinking on Usborne's effort, so he's just putting in a little bit less than Bickley right now because he's a little bit less motivated. Hard to say for sure. I mean, I don't think Usborne will mind going to the finish line with Bickley in hand. I think he won't mind a one-on-one duel. But
yeah, if you can hold off that field, I mean, that's pretty much best case scenario, whether you end up first or second. I think they would much rather focus on holding these guys off than worry about a two-up sprint at the finish. So these guys will basically be teammates up until the last, let's say, 20 or 30 meters before they hit the line. It's going to be that close. These guys just can't afford to start racing against each other on the course. They absolutely have to be racing with each other for the next, 5.1K to go for them, so we'll say for the next 5K.
Yeah, And they're still working well. I mean, you can see that, you know, Bickley puts in a big effort. Usborne goes red and takes over just like that. They're spelling each other pretty effectively. I say that and now they're riding beside each other. Come on, guys. Keep up with the commentary. Oh, looks like Cooper is dropping. He was one of our final 15, but that looks like technical difficulties or something else. Meanwhile, back at the front, oh, the gap is down to 40 meters. That's danger, danger. I've got to feel like the front riders, and it's all a bunch of the samey names. Who is that? That's Declan Kelly racing for Red Truck, and I think that's... who is that with him? Yeah, it's AFM. So the Red Truck Racing team has decided they've got something to live for here, and they are aggressively trying to close this gap down on Usborne and Bickley. And it's down to 40 meters, but... I mean, if it was any other pair of riders at the front, you'd expect by now that, you know, the gap would get to 40 meters and then there'd just be a little bit of a surge in the field, and that would be it. But this 40-meter gap has persisted for a lot longer than I expected.
Oh, these guys refusing to throw in the towel.
Yeah.
Under 4K now.
Yeah, it is 4K to go. Although, looking at the power numbers and looking at the composition of the bunch, my suspicion is that somebody in that group is doing the math and figuring we could catch them at 4K to go, but why not catch them at 1K to go? Now, I don't know how good the math chops are of some of these bike racers now that they're fully anaerobic, but you know, the classic tactical move is to catch the bunch as late as possible to avoid any counters. And as I say that, Bickley has decided he does not want to get caught. He really, really doesn't want to get caught. And he's now gapped Usborne. So Bickley is still at 40 meters. Even his Matt is rapidly more like 15 meters back of Bickley. So he's in no man's land.
Bickley definitely doesn't want to get caught. I respect the effort here of trying to stay away, but I don't know if that's going to work here.
Oh my goodness, look at that comeback by Usborne. I mean, he's not giving up. He's not casually going quietly. I do like that these guys are fighting it to the end.
Yeah.
Bickley has been an animal. Like, I have strange new respect for this guy from the Full Gas team. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on him in future events, because they have finally been caught.
Usborne's probably got him on the phone right now trying to recruit him for the Above and Beyond Cancer team.
Well, chapeau to Bickley. I think that whatever else happens in these last 3K, we have our combativity rider today. Good job, and I hope he can make something happen in the sprint, because he's going to be pretty fried at this point, but he certainly deserves it. 2.5K to go, and we've got a small gap to Mr. Warner. That's Hayden Warner, the all-rounder. The classic roller, but that's Matt Usborne's teammate. So this is what a counterattack looks like. They've forced the field to work real hard, and now they're forcing the field to work hard again. But at this point, I think that Warner, first of all, he's going to get caught, and second of all, he's going to be very much setting up this race for Rijkaard. They're at 2.1 kilometers to go, so... What? Is that Bickley on the front? My goodness, Brad. You did it. Oh my. This is Jens Voigt territory. It's like not knowing when to stop.
Usborne is there as well. They're both, I think, feeding off of each other's energy. Meanwhile, more riders getting dropped. Kelly is gone. That'll make it 13 up in the front group, with Cundiff the last rider to make this last split. Bickley and Usborne hung in there. A lot of times you see these riders go straight off the back, but those guys are in it. We'll see if they can sprint as we get down to what will be the final lap of racing. Terblanche up at the front. Now we're starting to see a lot of new names come forward here, Ryan. This is where, if you've been quiet, you've been watching the Usborne battle up at the front all day, you're saying now it's time to bring those rested legs up to the front.
This is going to be a sprint royale. We're coming down to 1.2 kilometers to go, which means we're about to see the finish banner for one more time, and that'll be the bell lap for them. I think it'll be right after this corner. And you can see that's Hayden Warner leading out the field. Again, his teammate Reichert is the danger man from the Above and Beyond group, so we'll see how he does. But Warner's attack is not going to last. Through the finish line. Bickley! We keep calling his name, and I don't know how. He should be dead by now, but he is not giving up. Apparently, merely being caught by the field after spending the entire race out isn't enough to tire out Mr. Brad Bickley, 29-year-old racer for Full Gas. 200 meters to go. It's going to be a sprint. Let's see who gets up front, and let's see who makes it happen. What?
No, oh, nice surge out of the last turn. Does Bickley just have that much power? Osborne trying to go. Fraser Moran there as well. Bauer is in the mix, but Bickley gave himself a massive gap out of that corner as he builds about a 40-meter lead. Now they're starting to reel him in. Might have gone a little early. He's got 2 more turns here at 150 meters. Yeah, and there you go. Gets swallowed up into the corner. Mad dash to the line. Fraser Moran, Oliphant, Sands, Reichert, and Sosnowski got the sprint out of the last turn.
Chapeau to EP Sosnowski. He's racing for Hugh Dog today, and, you know, he did next to no work all day, which is exactly what a sprinter wants to do. So, yeah, we see Hayden Warner cruising home. He did the work and he got dropped, but Bickley didn't finish, I think, in the end in the top. He got 7th place, which is
7th, yeah.
Honestly incredible. And Osborne came home in 8th, but I feel like Matt Osborne is a known quantity. Brad Bickley doing that much work and then still being there at the finish lines and attacking in the last 500 meters.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, poor Sosnowski, poor my old buddy EP. He just won a bike race, and we're talking more about the guy who finished in 7th place. So
yeah,
let's give some credit where due. It turns out being the most stylish rider is not, in fact, an actual victory. An actual victory is winning the race.
Well, Sosnowski will still get his virtual champagne and virtual flowers, and I think he gets a virtual car for winning the race, all kinds of virtual prizes, of course. We'll give him some NFTs. You get an NFT of a car in the virtual world for Emil Peter Sosnowski.
Yeah, we're teasing, but there is actually some real cash prizes on the line for both the men and the women. But I believe that's for the overall standings. So Sosnowski has certainly done a little bit to move himself up the ranks. And look at those wattage numbers. So who do we see putting out 5 watts per kilo all day? Brad and Matt. Meanwhile, Emil managed to put out 3.7 watts per kilogram, vastly less. And you can see all the sprinters there, including Jude Sands and Randy Reichart. I mean, Sands and Reichart, I don't think that Matt thinks that he was racing for a 2-3 finish by the Above and Beyond boys, but, you know, as the old saying goes, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So I'll be licking their wounds and wishing they got the win, but they can't be too angry about getting a 2-3 finish. And that was all built on the hard work by Matt Osborne throughout the race.
Well, pretty exciting day watching the Osborne-Bickley effort unfold as they went over 5 watts per kilo average on the day, but in the end they got caught with just a few laps to go. That set up the final sprint where Emil Peter Sosnowski gets the win, just over 52 minutes with an incredibly effective 3.72 average watts per kilo on the day. So exciting racing out there today. This one certainly did not play out the way that I thought it was going to, Ryan. After watching the amateur races all day and then the pro women's race just before this one, I thought for sure we would see a group that stayed together for a majority of the day. But Osborne and Bickley flipped the script on us out there today on day 2 of the BC Cup.
Yeah, it's just superb to see how much tactical racing we've had over these first 2 weeks, and I'm sure there's much more to come. You know, even on a course here where I would have told you flat out is not really suited to thinking about it in a tactical fashion, I guess Matt and Bruce didn't get the memo. They decided, or Matt and Brad didn't get the memo. They decided to make their own tactics and their own race, and they really did make the race today. But in the end, they set up Sosnowski EP for the victory, so he's got to be pretty happy about that. But I'm not sure how happy.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm not sure how happy Sosnowski will be about next week's race because I think we're going into the dirt.
Yeah, we're looking at a gravel race for stop number 3 of the virtual BC Cup. Saturday, April 17th, they're doing the Dirty Reaver course based on the UK-based gravel course, which is based on American gravel races. Ironically, it's the dedicated gravel course on RGT. So they'll have a rematch next week in our pro men's field, and it's going to be an exciting one. I think a lot of these guys are going to be back, but you're right. It's going to be a very different race on the gravel course than what we saw in the criterium racing today at Canary Wharf. So we'll see if Emil Peter Sosnowski still has that sprint after a few laps of the 17.7 kilometer long Dirty Reaver course. So I think that's going to do it for us today from stop 2 of the virtual BC Cup in Canary Wharf, getting ready again for stop 3. If you want to join us for any of the racing as a competitor, if you have watched any today and want to give RGT or virtual racing a shot, check out cyclingbc.net. You can see the series and courses there and a chance to register. So I think you can still get into the last 2 stops of the BC Cup. You can do that at cyclingbc.net. For Ryan Cousineau, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. This has been a production of ZMS Live Streams. Big thank you to Damon and company over in the UK. For Ryan up in Canada and me down here in the US, we will see you next week for stop number 3 of the virtual BC Cup, the Dirty Reaver course, presented by Cobotics.